Live, it's Saturday night, as the saying goes. For those who watch the show, it's not even. Oh, actually, you can get it on streaming services in Australia, Saturday Night Live, but it was never a big deal in Australia. Only really know it through the internet. That's the thing. Hey, and as is mildly typical for me, I ended up rushing a few things at the last minute. I wanted to get a bunch of stuff done before I did this. So I've got in a couple of minutes late. Hello, Stella. And I need a drink. And I think I'm going to start tonight with a non-alcoholic drink because I did not do that last night. Went a little hard, as they say. I stand by that decision. But I do think I want to start this evening with a non-alcoholic beverage. And I left my glass in the other room. I'm just going to get it. Just gotta set some things up here. And the reason I didn't just be a couple more minutes late is because Facebook can get weird about that. Oh, Stella, I'm definitely making some drinks tonight. I'm making at least one video for my cocktail channel, and we'll see what else. But I'm starting with a non-alcoholic beverage, so I need some ice first. Get some ice. Get some ice. There it goes. Like the ice. Yes, okay, I'm gonna get so many things in here. Gotta sort it out. Great. Got this pineapple coconut drink from the supermarket that I quite like. Bloody hell. Right, got the ice, got the lemonade. Oh, that's the exciting way to start a Saturday night with a fruity beverage. You like the piggy tie? I like the piggy tie. I have had it for a very long time. I think I've told the story before. In fact, I know I've told the story before about how there's a place where Mrs. Angry and I have gone a few times for a weekend away at Lake's Entrance, and there was a restaurant with odd, quirky local art, and one of the portraits was of a guy wearing this tie, and the caption for the painting was something like portrait of the artist's new boyfriend, who is obviously insane, as evidenced by his tie. So after seeing that, when we went back, I made sure to take the tie with me, and we booked in at this restaurant and tried to get the table under the painting, and I sat there wearing the tie to see if anyone had noticed. They didn't really. Hey, Lucas Trooper, how's it going? I see, Stella, you love the pineapple coconut juice too. I reckon it's great. And, you know, you can make yourself pretty much like an instant pina colada, which is that and rum. And you've got an instant, if unsophisticated, pina colada, pina colada. We had this discussion on the live stream the other week. Someone, I think it was actually Mexican, or he maybe just spoke Espanol, and said, no, you should pronounce it pina. And I said I was worried it made me look like a wanker. He said, you're not a wanker, you're just pronouncing it correctly. So, all right, pina colada. And that's as it shall be. Abigail, you're a programmer. You made video games. Today is all about you. Yeah, it's two separate national days. One is an American one, Video Game Day. The Programmer Day appears to be a Russian thing. Some Russian programmers sort of approached the government to, declare a day for revering programmers. So it is, in fact, very much your day, Abigail. A day for video games and a day for programmers. Like, sure, we want to spread the love. We should all spread the love, share the love, absolutely. My wordy. I had an energy drink this afternoon. I thought there'll be a long tail of the caffeine that will see me through this live stream, given that we did stay up till 1 a.m. last Knigget. And I only slept until about 9. Considering it was a weekend, that was a relatively early wake up, I thought. Hey, Chris, had to pick up a friend who lives by the evacuation center. Oh, shit. Yeah, that does sound horrifying. Chaos. Well, it's like with the intense bushfires we had earlier this year, late last year, there were a couple of areas, coastal towns, where just huge, devastating fires came towards the town, and the people had to evacuate to the beach. They were totally cut off. They couldn't leave. They had to evacuate to the beach, and basically the plan was if the fire came right down to the beach, they'd get into the water. But it was that same red sky shit that America's getting. It's fucking full on. Strictly Sega, it was a fun live stream. We did the Angry Bunch. I think we had up to 8 people. We had 8 or 9 people at peak in the stream. So yeah. Sorry, I love that, Abigail. You stayed on StreamYard after the stream ended and chatted to 4-ish. Yes, you can actually do that. It stops broadcasting when I cut off the broadcast, but what they call the studio in StreamYard stays there until everyone in it leaves. So yeah. Local Trooper for seeing Tony Abbott's latest. Oh, I did see that he had something to do with Nigel Farage. I tend to not read articles about Tony Abbott because he's just so fucking vile. Yeah, Chris, as you say, a city the size of Melbourne getting ready to evac is all kinds of not good. I remember was it 30 years ago? Maybe 30 years ago in Sydney? Somewhere around that, there were some big bushfires that reached the perimeter suburbs in both the west and the north. So it was a long way from the city, but because some very leafy suburbs, pseudo bushland in the perimeter suburbs, it had come comparatively close, and that was pretty intense for a couple of days. Nobody, greetings to you. I hope you're well this evening. I don't know if we'll see AZ this evening. I haven't heard from him, but you never know with him. Locust Trooper Abbott's trying. He's doing the stop the boats policy. He's just an unmitigated piece of shit. He is just fucked. He's one of the ones who just straight up sort of mask off said we have to let old people die because they're not worth saving, which is an interesting approach to take, certainly. I'm just going to try something here. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that's actually probably a little bit better. I'm going to do this. Ooh, wow. We auto adjusted when I did that. Wonder if I can, if I take off auto exposure. Ooh, hot damn! Look at that. Does that look better? It's really hard for me to tell because my laptop gives me a really false impression of what it looks like at the other end. Yeah, Locust Trooper, it's pretty bad if Abbott's having a voice in UK politics. Oh, Chris, refugee asylum seeker boats is what we're talking about. The Conservatives in Australia have actually had a more extreme policy than Donald Trump has for immigrants. Hey, Big Pat, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, Abigail, I'm glad Abbott's out of the country, and we should never let him back. Essentially, we should never let him back. Your mum tried on your respirator for the first time. No wonder you're not getting sick or smelling smoke. Okay. The respirator works apparently then, does it? That's a plus. Oh, that's filling my tummy a bit. It's like I didn't drink enough last night / this morning. I don't think I was drinking after midnight. I can't even fucking remember. But I don't think I was. But anyway, I didn't drink enough last night to really have a hangover today. A bit tired, and the closest I had to a hangover is tum, feeling a bit unsettled. Nothing too extreme. Yeah, here I am. So yes, we agree. Keep Abbott. He shouldn't come back. Big Pat, I am fine, my friend. I'm very fine. And you are right, Locust Tripper. Abbott seems super interested in being part of the UK. And he was born in England, but I don't know. He's just such a piece of shit, honestly. Yes, N95. That was the thing. A lot of people, and it was pre-COVID in Australia, not respirators, but the N95 masks, because they filtered out the particulate matter. In terms of helping limit pandemic spread, they are contraindicated, as the saying goes, because it doesn't filter when you breathe out. And that's the idea of wearing masks with COVID is you wearing a mask does not protect you very much. But if it's filtering out your breath going out, it's protecting other people. And the N95 ones do not have that protection. You're breathing out unfiltered air. So they're actually, it's recommended against from a COVID point of view. But certainly when the really bad bushfires ran, they were recommended because it could help you avoid respiratory problems because they would filter out the particulate matter that was quite heavy some days. And in fact, in some parts of the country was quite heavy constantly for like a month. Yeah, Strictly Sega, the Nokia N95. I did see there's an Australian comedian who fortuitously N95. So when everyone was talking about the masks when the fires were happening, he just cracked it out and sort of like taped the N95 to his face and posted the picture saying, I don't think these N95 masks are as good as people say they are. I mean, what are the odds that you kept your N95 and you were able to make that terrible dad joke? It's just... Locust Trooper, would Abbott become Prime Minister of UK? I'm not sure how the rules work there. But he very much appeals to the evil fucks in the Tories at the moment in the UK. Yes, for the purposes you're talking about, Chris, I imagine the respirator is much better than just a mask. So good for you that you have it. She was behind me there. You can't really see it, but that funnel. I to try and make my cocktail videos sexier on YouTube. I am filming these sort of cutaways and close-ups and whatnot. And to do that, with just me making the videos, I have to make the cocktails twice. So last night on the live stream, I shot me making the cocktail, putting stuff together. And today I set up the mixing glass with a close-up and made the cocktails again, but I didn't want to drink the cocktails again in the middle of the day. So I put them all together and I'm milk clarifying them. It's coming out. It's a really pretty crystal blue color, but it's going through real slow. Won't have finished before tomorrow morning, I don't think. So yeah. Kirsten Hellion, hello to you. Level 3 teapot. After 12 years, App Store launch, mobile games, really proven, good video games platform. Oh, that is an excellent topic for conversation. Level 3 teapot. I love it. Let's sing it's video game day. What do people think of the proposition with mobile games? Are they just trash, or the smartphones and tablets, etc.? Are they actually a good platform for gaming? That is an excellent, thought-provoking question. I like it. Chris, you like the cutaways? Yeah, but these ones will be even better because the one you saw today, which I did last week, was my first experiment with them, and I worked out a better way to do it. And I edited the first of those this afternoon. It'll go up on like Tuesday. And I'm looking forward to it, basically. Yeah, it looks a bit better the way I've done it. Oh, Jesus, yes, Locust Tripper, dentists are expensive. One of the reasons I have private health cover is to cover dentist costs, because I've had, over the last 10 years, thousands of dollars worth of dental work done, most of which was covered. Oh, nice, Kirsten, you're in the home stretch packing. It's no wonder you are tired. Stella, I used to love Snake on the old Nokia phones. Oh, I just realized Mimsy is in her cute little alcove again. I swear to God, like we've been here 3 years in this house with this cat tree next to me for a long time, 2 years, if not 3 years. Until 2 days ago, Mimsy never crawled into the little cubby alcove and slept. And for some reason, 2 days ago, she started doing it and she loves it and she looks so cute. I am somewhat obsessed. I've been playing the Simpsons Tapped Out game on the phone constantly, like every day for fuck knows how many years, however long it's been out. You build your own virtual Springfield. It's like Farmville, but it's the Simpsons. Strict Sega, you love some of the educational games on tablets. Cool. This is my non-alcoholic drink for a starter, like stripper. It's fruit juice and lemonade. I've been trying a few new ones. As I was saying last night, they all have these ads for these saucy games, dating sims with these girls. Solve a puzzle and she'll take off a bit of clothing. And I'm going, saucy. Oh, wait, I can just watch porn if I want that. So, but yeah, I've been toying with a couple. And what's interesting, I've noticed, like, obviously there's some games you buy outright for the mobile platform, and there's a lot that are free to buy, but they offer in-app purchases. Like, basically you get to a point where you can't advance the game anymore unless you start paying money. And there's a few I've done. I played for a little while and then hit an absolute wall, and you couldn't go any further without paying. So I went, oh, fuck you, and deleted it. Doing the Archer, the animated series Archer sort of world building game, which progress has slowed right down as I got through a few levels, but it hasn't stopped yet, so I haven't deleted it yet. Oh, Chris, absolutely. Don't buy a cat from the animal shelter. Most definitely. Mimsy's a rescue cat. Shadow's a rescue cat. Absolutely get your pets from an animal shelter rather than buying them. Not least because most breeders are fucking terrible. They do terrible things. They lie and say they don't, but they do. The puppy factories and kitten factories are fucking terrible. Luxury, I'm working. I still got my day job. Which has been in a weird limbo for a while, but now looks like I'm getting officially extended to the end of the financial year. So the end of June next year. Bugger me, at that point, I might take a permanent job. Because if I keep at my contract rates, that when paid off all my debits, and the only debt I have is to the tax department. I paid off all my personal debts, which is good. And if they offer some security, because it's state government, if they offer some security with a permanent job that, you know, paid holidays and such, I might actually take it. Yeah, it'd be the first time in a long time. Stella, that's another one. Fostering. Fostering is a good one, where you don't even keep the animal permanently, but it needs care for a while. That's a good one. Kirsten, you've been playing Angry Birds for years. I have a couple of Angry Birds games on my phone. I don't play them that much, but every now and then I remember they're there and I'll play them for a while. I love the original Plants vs. Zombies, which I actually still have on the phone, I think. And a couple like Plants vs. Zombies 2 and another spin-off one. And I don't know. I got kind of bored with them, so I stopped playing them. But Strictly Say you played Office Space for years, but your phone died when a large woman sat on it. Oh, no. You see, you got a new phone reinstalled, it didn't have the same design. Yeah, it's sometimes if there's just a gap in you playing the game, then it's not interesting anymore. And, of course, it sucks when the phone maker changes the OS and some of your games don't work anymore. Like I paid for a couple of games that were then absolutely unusable because Apple changed their operating system and the games wouldn't work anymore. Abigail, you have simple puzzle games. Use a PC for game. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there are particularly immersive games on the phone. Like I downloaded for free when it was a bonus. One of the GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto 3, I've got on my phone, and it's apparently the full game, like the PlayStation 2 game, ported to an iPhone. But it's just not the right interface for it. I've tried playing it a couple times, and it's like, no, this is just not the right controls for a Grand Theft Auto game. So I don't do it. So, like, Sugar, I have an alpha skull. Dude, my skull is thick as fuck. Told the story about I got hit in the head with a discus when I was at school, and they x-rayed my head because they were sure I'd have a skull fracture, and I didn't. And again, Jesus Christ, you got a tough skull. And there's big forehead here, man. That'll fuck you up. Richie! Ooh, Monument Valley is a great game for mobile. Thank you for the tip. Now, I have to admit, there are probably some really good paid games for mobile, and it's extremely rare I get a paid game, so I just miss out because I'm a cheap fuck. Oh, no. Oh, Chris, did you forget to pick up your root beer, or you forgot to tell me you did get your root beer? Yeah, I don't know. I think I've got, for headbutting, I've got a really big attack surface, I think you could call it, with my head. The fucking stove started making its buzzing noise. Wish I knew how to fix that, honestly. Yeah, what's all this about? Where's my channel? I've got to check something on my phone. Okay, I want to see this. Where's my channel? I've got to check something. Oh, that's only a short lag. Let's see. What does it look like? Phone. Okay, I want to see this. I'm going to put the volume down so there's not this weird delay of me doing it. And do this, and look up, and then I've got like a 5-second delay in seeing me look up. No, it's fucking seized up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. See, oh my God, my big shiny fucking forehead. Jesus. Okay, I have to stop the stove from buzzing. Just 1 second. Stop it, you motherfucker. Look, I'm going to show you this. This is filtering so slowly. It's more than half done, but now look, put it against my white shirt, maybe. No, you don't see anything. It's basically, it's a really nice sort of light green blue. It's a very nice looking drink. Hopefully it tastes nice. That's a milk clarified version of the pina coladas I made last night. Oh, because you forgot your root beer. No, dude, I do that all the time. Go out to get something and forget. Get other things. No, look, Trooper, I do not headbutt people. I'm sort of joking about the whole headbutt thing. Abigail, you paid money in a mobile game once to remove the ads, but game changed subscription. Yeah. Like I said, I did get pissed off. There are several things I paid for on my iPhone, and then Apple changed their OS and the app or game did not work anymore. And that pissed me off. So, Richie, yes, I'm using StreamYard, and I'm actually multi-streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And I just started using StreamYard like a year ago, came onto the market because it's so fucking easy. Like, I mean, Abigail, who keeps if we're ever not in lockdown, Abigail's going to be my technical consultant and whatnot. She thinks I should use OBS and whatnot. But that was just a whole fucking thing. I tried, I looked at it, and it was like a whole fucking thing. And I was like, I am old. I hate change. And so I said, fuck that. And then StreamYard happened along, and it's just absurdly easy to use. And so I have a paid subscription, basic. There is a pro level one as well that has a bunch of extra features that I'm okay with not having. So I've got a paid subscription to StreamYard because it's just so damn easy to use. And they keep adding new features. They keep improving it. It's really quite good. Not sponsored. That was not product placement. That was, as they say, a genuine endorsement. So it's good. Yeah, see, Richie, yes. Yeah, everyone says OBS is good, but as you say, learning curve, and I was not in the mood for it. Like Trooper, in a group of people, work involvement, my quiet guy or a loud guy? You want to know what I'm like in the real world? I'm pretty quiet. Like particularly when I were doing all the really shouty videos. If anyone I worked with ever saw them, they would be very surprised because it's not something I do at work. And also when we've done meetups for YouTubers, when people meet me for the first time, they're going, "Oh, you're not angry at all. Actually nice to people." And yes, I try to be nice to people. The angry thing is what we call performance. I rarely say things I don't mean or don't believe on the YouTube channel, but the way of expressing the mucho angriness is not usually. That was always the joke with Angry Aussie, that I would get disproportionately angry about things. It was like it was worth being this angry about something, so I'd get that angry about it. Was the thing. Well gifted Aspie, thank you. That's right. That's me, Richie. Lady in the streets, freak in the sheets. That is a good metaphor for me. It's like second dinner. There was some food stuck between my teeth that just came loose. I made a kind of meatloafy thing tonight. Swear to fucking God, the fucking washing up never stops. We have a dishwasher, but it's just the stacking and unstacking. It's just like a drag. Got to do it every day or twice a day, because we're all here, right? Me and Mrs. Angry and the offspring, we're like all here, and not everyone. Like I wouldn't always have breakfast at home. I'd often get breakfast at work, and definitely, like no one was having lunch here, dinner. So we're all here having breakfast here and lunch here and dinner here. So there's 2 to 3 times more dishes than there were. Now, this is the least problematic thing about fucking COVID and the lockdown. But every now and then it sort of grinds on gears. I go, oh my God, the fucking dishes never stop. Why do you people have to eat? Why stop eating? Just, yeah. Yes, Strictly Sager, I do remember getting angry at YouTube for changing site design. But yes. Yes, Richie, so many dishes. Why do we own so many dishes? Why do we use them? That was the main thing, Why do we just, what's the thing in The Simpsons at once, Bart saying you should just fill a big trough in front of us and we'll all eat out of it. That idea has merit, quite honestly. But yes. It's kind of funny because I obviously don't mean stop eating, but yeah, sometimes it's like I've done the dishes twice a day, every day for the last fucking week. What the fuck? It actually does start to seem like a rational thing to say. Can people stop eating? Kirsten, your 2 people run the dishwasher every day. Yeah. No, it's being home all the time. You're generating 2 to 3 times the dishes. But before working from home, it's probably the only thing I don't like about working from home. I fucking love working from home. I'm going to eventually go back to an office. It's going to suck balls. But yeah. Stella, that is the double win. Yes. Stop eating, stop wearing clothes. I'm thinking of just giving up and just wearing tracksuit pants all the time. Because I've been wearing proper pants like jeans and stuff, and dressing like a human who interacts. I've been giving serious thought to, fuck it, man, I'm just going to buy some tracksuit pants. I'm just going to fucking sit around in tracksuit pants all the time. That may still happen. I'm giving it serious thought. It's just what the fuck. And of course, coming into summer, so I'll just be into shorts then anyway. Not leaving the house, so just kind of like when we're able to go out and mingle and stuff, and people start saying, "Hey, do you want to come down to the thing and stuff?" And I'll be saying, no, there's restrictions. We're not allowed to. And they go, no, the restrictions are gone. I'm pretty sure there are still restrictions. Yeah, there's not. The restriction is I don't want to leave the fucking house, okay? I fucking hate people. Austin, hello. Wear proper pants as you need to feel human. Yes, see? Who needs to feel human? Not me. Do I get nervous meeting new people? That's a yes/no question. If it's at an event I've organized, I'll make an effort to talk to all new people. But if, for instance, I went out somewhere, pub, bar, club, whatever, I am not going to talk to anyone I don't know. I'm not the sort of person who talks to strangers. Yes, excellent. See, I don't even do corporate on top. I haven't had a fucking video meeting in weeks. We just do it all audio. Everyone's gone like, I'll get fucked with the webcam. We just do it all audio. We're just like, don't be making me get out of my pajamas. Rain, hello, good evening. How did the topic start? Oh, dude, you know me. The topic jumps every 5 seconds. And I just started complaining about how often I have to do the dishes when we're in working from home in lockdown, and I'm going to give up wearing proper pants soon. I'm reasonably sure it's a wasted effort, and I'm just going to wear tracksuit pants everywhere. It's just I sometimes I make myself have a shower early, but I'll often I start my workday fairly early, and then I have a daily team catch up at 9 a.m. and we talk for anywhere from half an hour to an hour, depending how much is going on, just to keep up to date with everything what we're all doing. I'll still be in my pajama and dressing gown for that every day, and normally by lunchtime I'll have a shower and put some clothes on. Sometimes I'll do it sooner. But yeah, yes, okay, all caps, Kirsten, why am I wearing pants? That's the question. Why am I wearing pants? Yes. Yes. We do. We have been talking video games because it's video game day. Nice. Kirsten been in leggings since March. Excellent. Oh, Charlie, you didn't get the notification. Oh, well, you're here now. Like Trooper, you're angry behind the scenes, but quiet in front of new people. I tend to be quiet in front of new people. Rain, you're on board with the Going Commando in the Home Office. Yeah, I accidentally put on my webcam once when I was just in my dressing gown. And it's only here, but it was really obvious I was in a dressing gown. And the team all laughed and ha, 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 ha. And they've made the occasional reference to it since, but they all think it was a one-off because I kind of led them to believe it was a one-off. It was like, no, I'm in my fucking dressing gown half the time I'm talking to you. In fact, the morning meetings, almost every single morning meeting, I'm still in my dressing gown. I like to remember an older version of you. Man, it's there are a lot of us who are like that in comfort settings we might be loud or boisterous or whatnot, but with strangers and stuff, it's like I think that's actually fairly common. Extroverts are really draining. I love there's a whole bunch of us who would regularly catch up the YouTube stuff in Melbourne, and one of the regulars, she would do this little makeup thing. She would put batteries on her cheeks, and she'd adjust how she was feeling that day, with the batteries full or 3/4, and it was actually a really good indicator. She'd come along and go, oh, okay, battery's really low today. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Because you got me to go into the office. How you doing? Is I'm wearing jeans, so I'm not okay. Yep, absolutely. Right. I do, in fact, have tons of alcohol bottles behind me because I like to make cocktails. We counted them. There's about 60 bottles there. But I only drink it in little amounts. Cocktails. There's so many bottles because I want to have a diversity of drinks. Yes, right. I don't bottle up my anger, bottle up my booze, and release it that way. Stella, you have PJ pants that have pockets in them. Nice pockets. Yeah. Ooh, Charlie, you had nice martinis. You made them yourself, or were they gin or vodka martinis? Austin, that is, yeah, Stella's made a good call. PJ pants with pockets are game changers. Yeah. So we're all on board with PJ pants. I got these really nice sort of soft flannel PJ pants. I don't think they have pockets. Actually, they might. I'm not sure, but they're so comfy. And my huge fluffy dressing gown, which I think I have actually worn on live streams. Not often, but I think I have. Yeah, there is that. And speaking of drinks and martinis, I'm going to make a green Negroni tonight for my cocktail channel. Might do that now, actually. Rain, you're into going commando while doing stuff in the garden. Yeah, I actually really rarely go commando. In fact, okay, now having said that, in the mornings when okay, let's all get into oversharing. I'm a nude sleeper. Who else is a nude sleeper? I just like the freedom of nude sleeping. But then when I get up in the morning, put on my PJ pants and dressing gown, that's commando. So it's half the day, I guess. Charlie, you made them gin, vermouth, olives. Nice. Oh, yes, the martini vermouth's a lot nicer than Cinzano. Cinzano sucks the proverbial. Yeah, it was. Speaking of game changers, it was a game changer when I found out some vermouths are actually nice. I bought some Cinzano just because, there were all these cocktail recipes that had vermouth in them. I thought, okay, I'm going to get some vermouth. Oh, Cinzano, that's really cheap. It's cheap for a reason. Like I've got a couple of Australian vermouths in the fridge, and they're like 2 to 3 times more expensive than Cinzano, but they're easily 2 to 3 times better than Cinzano as well. So have a good evening. Okay, Rain is going commando everywhere. Charlie's undies and big shirt in bed. Oh, Locust Troopy had a date with a Sudanese girl. Nice. Oh, yes, Charlie, men's boxers. Okay, yep. Yep, Stella, sleep without bedclothes. Okay, bedclothes, I'd always, that's sheets to me. Which I know is weird. It's clothes for the bed, not clothes you wear in bed. So I always refer to pajamas. That's probably a regional thing. The way people say different things. Safa, you got a damn neighbor on the other side of the road annoying with a subwoofer. Oh, God. Yeah, no, someone who plays their music too. So, oh, yes. I'm 100% with Kirsten on that, Charlie. An Australian vermouth called Maiden Eye. They do sweet, classic, and dry. Oh my God, that was Maiden Eye I got that made me go, oh my God, some vermouths are actually good. Warlord King, yes, still in lockdown for at least, unless we get a different announcement tomorrow, at least 2 more weeks in Melbourne. We're under curfew, although curfew is being slightly extended, and quite strict rules with lockdown. And we shall see what happens after that. It's fucking tough. I'm actually fine. It's tough for other people, and I have a lot of empathy for the people who are doing it tough, but I'm fine, honestly. Oh, yeah, Charlie, Manhattans. I love it. I have to admit, I got a vermouth from the Unico Zello site, the winemaking half of Applewood Distilleries, their Yuzu Sweet Vermouth. Manhattans made with their Yuzu Sweet Vermouth are fucking awesome. Yes, PBR. That is an absolutely rational and not fucked in the head thing people are saying. Tried in treason, thrown in the gulag. There are these people congregate on Facebook groups where they tell each other the same stupid shit, and they start to believe it. Like it's dumb as hell, and they start to believe it. Sally, you're a bottom top sheet person. Hate sleeping in bed. Oh yeah, no, I'm also that. I want something on me. Even in hot summer, I want a sheet. In winter, I like to really sort of snuggle down. But yes, sleep naked. That's me too. But yeah, it's good. Like a strip, you think lockdown will go to Jan? We will have restrictions of some description until there's a vaccine or a good treatment. And that's like wearing masks and social distancing and limiting numbers at gatherings. That will stay in place, and it should stay in place till we've got a vaccine. Because I really think this winter in the Northern Hemisphere is going to suck the proverbial. Oh, that's right, Strictly Sager. I promised to do stuff with Cointreau. All right. Remind me in the lead up to like this Friday, and I'll do some themed cocktails on orange liqueur. Because, okay, definitely one of my all-time favorites is the Sidecar. And that's a really simple one with Cointreau brandy or cognac and lemon juice, and it's a fucking great drink. Like Stripper, we will not have zero cases actually ever. We will never have zero cases of COVID. It's never going away. But on a long enough timeline, there will be enough immunity that it's no longer a serious disease. But at the moment, we have no immunity to it, and it's a very serious disease. What we want is, while it's still in this will fucking kill people or give people a significant number of people long-term health complications, we need to have restrictions in place. But eventually, either when there's a vaccine or just because it's been around a couple of years, it'll just be like the annual flu. It will still make people sick. It still will kill some people, but not the level of risk that we're facing at the moment. Austin, good question. Where did I get my love for mixing drinks? It happened gradually, like relatively recently, like 10 years, 15 years ago. I didn't drink, broadly, I did not drink alcohol. Very rarely. And then I think it was when I was in England, someone got me to drink cider. And then I decided I liked cider, and I would drink cider for a while. And there was a running joke at big YouTube meetups when we went out. I would drink girly drinks, like I'd get a really fruity cocktail or something. And I don't know, just a couple of years ago, then I started flavoring spirits. I started flavoring vodka, etc. And then but again, I wouldn't really make cocktails. I'd make big mixed drinks with the flavored spirits. And yeah, then a couple of years ago, I just started exploring actually making cocktails and really getting into it. It's fun. I find it fun anyway. Like, when I think travel get back to normal, I don't think international travel will approach normal until we've got a vaccine, in simple terms, and we may never have one. So in that case, ugh. Yes, Charlie, you know you're old when recently is 10 to 15 years ago. Yeah, that is actually a true thing. Nobody heard someone say vodka was a girly drink. Jesus Christ, that's a special combination of insecure, fragile masculinity and stupidity. Quite honestly, saying any spirit is a girly drink is really fucking weird. I mean, make a Manhattan. No. Was I thinking a Cosmopolitan? Yeah, I will proudly say I have a really girly drink here. I do not regard it as a negative, but it's just kind of dumb if someone says something like it. Yes, Abigail, you're an immortal if 100 years ago as recently. Austin, you're fairly curious yourself. You ladies always wanted to do mixing, drink more properly and frequently. But yeah, if you want a really good starting point, Austin, there is a YouTube channel called How to Drink. A guy, Greg from How to Drink, runs it. He makes great videos, and he did one recently, how to start a home bar, and it was really fucking good advice. It was really, like, he didn't give a definitive answer, but he sort of gave a lot of thought-provoking things, and it was basically just very good. So if you're looking for a suggestion of where to start, then definitely go to How to Drink on YouTube and look up his recent How to Start a Home Bar video. It's very good. Like True Produce, true SARS has no vaccine. That's what I mean. If we never get... Rain, the good point is there are treatments that effectively limit the severity of SARS. And MERS, yes. Kirsten, Cara Devine has a very good channel too. She did a good basic bar. I did one when I first started my channel, and I thought I was making sense. And then I watched Greg's one recently, and I went, oh, no, he's giving totally different advice, and he is absolutely right. Now I feel foolish. But, it comes down to, the starting point is, what do you like? Like, I gave the typical and, honestly, as Greg pointed out, wrong advice. You get your base spirits, vodka, gin, rum, maybe. You work out what are the prime ones. Certainly, the top ones like whiskey. That's what I was trying to think of. So, like, top three, you'd say is like whiskey, vodka, gin. And then maybe you expand into rum and tequila and brandy, and then the other mixes. But Greg was right. He just said, no, start with one. What makes more sense is to start with one base spirit that you like. Maybe you like gin. Maybe you like whiskey. Maybe you like tequila. And then find out what mixes go best with that. And you can explore and try just with one base spirit and 3 to 6 mixes. You can explore dozens of cocktails and find out what you like, and you'll have a better idea of where to go from there. So that's it, Kirsten. Kara's channel's called Behind the Bar, and she gives very good advice. Rain, the capitals tequila. Yes. So. And then you, of course, once you start getting obsessed, and you end up with different sorts of whiskey and different sorts of gin and different sorts of rum and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it's a hobby that gets out of control. Isn't that right, Kirsten? How many different sorts of gin one can end up with? There's basically no limits to how far you can take it. So, was it Under the Stars? Okay. Talking about sleeping under the stars. I'm not into Mrs. Angry likes to camp, and I do not like to camp. I find it a very uncomfortable experience. Right, I need to bring up the recipe for a green Negroni. Negroni from the Difford's Guide. One of my go-to websites for cocktails. I go to my gin, bit of Bianco Liqueur, Bianco Vermouth, green chartreuse, and green melon. All right. Might do my finger lime gin just for funsies. You've got 100 bottles, Kirsten. Yikes. Yeah, Kirsten, that was so much better. At Greg's advice, one spirit and get all the modifiers for it, and you is so smart. Yeah, I'm with you, Kirsten. I'm camping in a 5-star hotel. Locust Trooper Aidsy is in hospital, and I haven't heard from him tonight. He was on the stream last night and the night before, but I haven't heard from him so far tonight. Rain, is tequila supposedly the cleanest alcohol out there due to its distilling process? I am not an expert in distilling, and also I don't know what you mean by cleanest, because that seems like a very subjective term. Oh no, sorry, PBR. That's like a dead joke because you like to sleep on the beach. Your friends call you Sandy Crack. Classic. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so I'm going to make a green Negroni. Okay. Got to get... When do I reckon the economy is going to get back together? We are going to be feeling economically the effects of COVID for at least 5 to 10 years. Like this is literally a once in a century event, and late stage capitalism is absolutely fucked, and COVID is exposing all the ways in which it is fucked, and no one's going to take the right lessons from it. Rain, you meant cleanest as in without any bad residual substances. Again, I'm not really sure what that means. Like bad residual substances where? Like as in waste produced by the distilleries, or bad stuff actually in the drink? Because yeah, what Kirsten says, that was my understanding of distillation produces the same result, whatever the base is and whatever's in there. But it depends what you mean. If you're suggesting that tequila distilleries produce less waste than others, the short answer is I don't fucking know. In the drink, yeah, I'm not sure that that's true. That would be in the Wikipedia lingo. We'd be citation needed. But yeah, I am just being straightforward and saying I do not know. That's the thing. Locust Trooper, do I reckon Labor will get back into power with the economic downturn? Anyone who tries to predict the future is full of shit. Simple as that. So I think any predictions about the future for any government based on what happens with COVID make as much sense as astrology. It's just made up. So that's the thing. All right. So I need to get some stuff together. Bitter Bianco Liqueur. Now, I do not have that. I'm going to use Oka Gold. Somewhere, you can go back. Bring Oka Gold to the front so I can get it. Try to make my videos look artistic. Bianco Vermouth. Chartreuse and melon. Yes. Chartreuse and melon. Yes. Yeah, that's all good. I'll just see where the labels are for my. Might actually use the Maiden Eye. Oh no, it says Bianca. I'm going to use Regal Rogue. Well, yeah. Well, Gifted Aspie, it seems like a safe prediction to say Putin will still be in power. But uprisings happen, man. Uprisings happen. Yep. All right. So I'm going to get this. I got to grab the camera because I'm going to do some artistic shots of getting the bottles because I'm an artistic motherfucker. Right. Let's get this shit started. Okay, I gotta go. Dun dun dun. Get them in order so it's easier to edit. Okay, gin. All right, here we go. Get my finger lime gin. Get my own gold. Bianca of the Moose. And green chartreuse and green melon. Green chartreuse and green melon. All right, that's all the arty shots. Are they ready? All right. So. No, where's that? All right, sorry, I'm off screen adjusting my camera. I need to be rich enough to. Okay, I need a little bit wider than that. I'm going to do this so you can see me while I'm standing up. Hi! Need to go a bit wider. I think that's right. How does that look? That's right. I'm all right now. Where is we at here? Who would like to see Labor running the country again? Oh, current Labor are fucked. They don't deserve it. I mean, I really don't like Scotty from marketing, but Labor just suck balls at the moment. Green. All right, this is a stirred drink. Okay. Let me see. I've got to quickly sort something out back here. This is all backstage. It's all very convoluted. I'm going to clean something quickly. Alrighty, I'm just mixing drinks and filtering drinks and it's actually a little bit bitter. I was mixing something that I expected to be sweet, and it's a little bit bitter, but these things happen, I guess. Right. Okay. What do we got happening here now? All right, we're still going. All right, so you get to see the sausage being made, as the saying goes. This won't take that longer. 10 minutes of me faffing about, basically. Alrighty. And we're, oh wait, no, I've got to do my vest up. I was being so casual sitting with you. I've established the thing. This is my look. So this is business at the top, and just like I've not even tucked the shirt in down here, as you'll see sometimes as I walk around. But you know, you get to see behind the scenes. Okay. And I'm just going to tip that out. Keep forgetting Mimsy's just there too. Okay. Gin. 3. Oh, wait. Where's my fucking jigger? Jesus. I was forgetting shit. Gotta get my jigger. And my Hawthorne strainer while I'm thinking of things. Oh, I'll put a friggin' glass as well. Got the one with my clear ice. I'll let it come to room temperature while I make this. All right. All right. God, faffing about, honestly. It's not the Rona, just to clear my throat. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well, and I hope you've been having a good time exploring cocktails. Great way to relieve tension. Not prescribing consuming alcohol as a solution to stress, because it might seem like it's short term, but longer time, it just creates its own problems. But in controlled ways, recreationally, as you can tell, I'm all in favor of it. And another little idea for you that you might not have seen before, another variation, a color variation of a well-known classic cocktail. Today, that's tonight for me, I'm going to make a green Negroni. Now, Negroni is one of the most popular cocktails in the world at the moment. I'd have to say, not so much for me, because the base of a Negroni, which is your Campari or some other bitter red aperitif, but Campari is the main one people use. It's just too bitter for me. I've tried it so many ways. I've had it made in so many different venues because I thought maybe there's just something wrong with me. Maybe I need to find the right Negroni. No, it's actually simply too bitter for my palate. And so if I make a Negroni, I need to make substitutions. And I also think you shouldn't be scared to make substitutions. So I'll never order a Negroni when I'm out because it's always going to be too bitter for me. But at home, you can improvise and make substitutions. And I was quite interested when I saw this recipe for a green Negroni because it's got quite a few substitutions in there. And instead of the red bitter aperitif, because obviously couldn't make that green, they suggest Blanco, white bitter aperitif, which A, I don't have, B, I've never even actually seen in a shop. I'm sure it exists because it's on this ingredient list, but I don't have it. So I'm going to be doing some improvising and also catering to my palate. And I'm subbing in an Australian liqueur called Oakar Gold. It's probably closest to, say, yellow chartreuse. So it's slightly bitter. It's herbal. It's a great flavor. And I use it in a lot of drinks, subbing out for other ingredients that I either don't have or don't particularly like. That's what I'll be using, along with some other ingredients that are much easier to get. So without further ado, let's get started on a green Negroni. What are you doing, Mimsy? If you start making noise at that door, I'll get super annoyed. I'm going to get Mimsy. All right. Come on. First up, like a traditional Negroni, is gin. It's often recommended a dry gin, but hey, whatever gin you have, whatever gin you like. I'm using an Australian gin from Applewood, their limited edition finger lime gin. It's what they call a citrus forward. You can probably tell because it's got lime in its name. It's a citrus forward gin rather than a classical dry one, but it is very nice. I say, use the gin you like. We're going 1.5 ounces, 45 mils of gin going in our green Negroni. I just put up too much gin. Do I care? Do I care? I'm just fucking going with it, basically. No, it's meant to be 3/4 of an ounce. Fuck, I'm going to have to do it again. Because that's the thing with Negronis. It's equal ingredients. See? You get to see behind the camera. Fuck it. Okay, I just got to re-record this bit. Gotta put the fucking gin back in the bottle. Bloody hell, this is going to make a mess. No, actually, that went really well. Okay, doing it again. First up in the green Negroni, like a classic Negroni, is gin. It's usually recommended to use a dry gin, but whatever you have, whatever you like. I am choosing to use an Australian gin made by Applewood, their limited edition finger lime gin. It's a rather citrus forward one, as the name somewhat gives away. And I think it probably doesn't really classify as a dry gin, but I don't mind so much. It's a good gin, and that's what you should put in the drink, one that you enjoy drinking. And like classic Negroni, the key components of this green Negroni are in the same proportions, 3/4 of an ounce. So we're starting off with 3/4 of an ounce of gin going in the green Negroni. Right. Now it's time for our bitter component, 3/4 of an ounce again. As I said, I'm playing to my palate and using Okar Gold, which is nowhere near as bitter as the recommended Blanco bitter aperitif. But again, as I say, do it to your taste, not what someone else says. I use the recipes as a guideline. If I can follow them, I do, but I'm never shy about changing. So I'll be doing 3/4 of an ounce of Okar Gold for my bitter element in this Negroni. The third component is another Australian product. This one's called Regal Rogue's Lively White. And once again, it's 3/4 of an ounce of our vermouth going into the green Negroni. Now, here's where we start to seriously diverge from a classical Negroni, because we need the green in our green Negroni. And the first green element is green chartreuse. It's recommended 1/3 of an ounce. So that's 10 mils of the green chartreuse. And this is just the beginning of our green. But measuring out, 10 mils, 1/3 of an ounce of green chartreuse. Now we're getting really green. Green melon liqueur, doing 1/2 ounce. I'm using Midori. It's one of the better known brands, I guess. It's a Japanese green melon liqueur, but it's not necessarily what you can get hold of. So whatever is your brand of choice, we are going to add 1/2 ounce, 15 mils of green melon liqueur. I don't have a mixing spoon. Oh, shit. There's a bit of physics in action there. You could build this cocktail right in the glass with ice and drink it straight up. I've chosen to do it in a mixing glass. A few chunks of ice in here. Stir it 10 or 15 seconds just to get it nice and cold. And there'll be a little bit of dilution. But there's some strong flavors in here, so a little dilution is not going to hurt us. And now I'm just going to strain with the Hawthorne strainer. I'm using a rocks glass. You could use whatever you have on hand, but I happen to have prepared this one with some clear ice I made, looking very beautiful in there. I keep promising to make a video showing how I made the clear ice because it's really quite easy, and I will do that soon. But that is a beautiful color, the green Negroni. And now for the taste test, then you got a very light aroma. There's the herbal element from the chartreuse, and I feel like I could smell the melon liqueur as well. But as for taste, that's got some really strong flavors in there. It's really good. As I said, I've done it to my tastes, so this is not particularly bitter, but if you are a fan of the more bitter drinks and you can get your hands on some Blanco bitter aperitif, go with that by all means. But yeah, I've gone slightly less bitter with the Ocar Gold. Like I said, it's kind of like yellow chartreuse. So this has got very strong herbal elements in this. It's interesting, the green melon, which is often a very strong flavor, it's in there, but it hasn't overpowered the herbal elements or the gin in there. So there's a really nice balance, and it's a bit of fun to have it. Who doesn't like a green drink or a blue drink occasionally? You can get a bit too serious with making cocktails, I think. So yeah, things like blue curacao and Midori green melon get a bad rap, but you can use them really well. And this is one example of where it does work really well, and it is not simply a one-note drink. There is a lot going on there. This is a really tasty drink. Like I said, your classic Negroni, simply not for me. But this one, where I've toned down the bitter elements and upped the herbal elements, I guess, which is not really what a Negroni is, but this was all about variations this week. And I thought a green Negroni would be a fun one. I hope that you did like the look of that. I'd be very interested if you try this yourself. Let me know in the comments if you have ever had a green Negroni, or if there's another variation that you like. And hey, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, it would be great if you subscribed. Maybe tell your friends, tell them they should be tuning in as well. I'm going to leave you now. I will be, of course, making more videos coming up, possibly with another theme for next week. I'm quite enjoying doing theme weeks. We'll see what comes up for next week. Either way, whether it's with themes or standalone videos, we'll be sharing a couple more cocktails with you then. I hope you can join me. I'll say bye for now and cheers. Okay. Got to adjust things. Switch things off. Ugh. Okay, so what happened and what got out of control while I was doing that, hey? Did everyone act like animals while I was away? All right, sorry. I'm gonna get myself organized. Back to StreamYard. Get off the cocktails. There we go. Right. Hey, Annette, hello. Charlie, the Midori looks dark blue on your screen. Good Lord, it is very green. This webcam. Oh, because it's the webcam doesn't do green. It's absolutely weird. Blur, hello. Oh, Charlie, a Negrini. Wow. Oh my God. Why didn't I have that when I started? Ugh, that is a missed opportunity. Locust Trooper, there's yeah, you think there where I spilled a drink on my shirt? Yep, that shit happens, man. That shit happens. Yes. Have to do it all. No, the stain is staying there. Bloody hell, it's really noticeable on the fucking web. Yeah, no, I spilled something there. I've done that before as well. That's just shit that happens occasionally. I was watching one of the cocktail channels I regularly watch, and in the opening shot on his shirt, it's got a splash across here, and I'm going, okay, now I have to watch the video to work out at what point did he splash himself with something. It's good. Ugh. I was saying, maybe this, because I washed this vest, maybe the stains are just fucking there. That's okay. I'm a filthy, dirty animal, and I'll maybe retire this vest. I don't know. Ugh, Charlie, I'm kicking myself for not coming up with Negrini. That is fucking classic. That is such a good name for the drink. And this is to my tastes. I'm quite enjoying this very sort of herbal drink with really, really nice flavors. Luxury, but no, I'm not buying a new GeForce graphics card. I have a bunch of upgrades purchased on Abigail's advice, and as soon as we're not locked down, we're going to do the upgrades to my computer. But I am not particularly obsessed with such things. So yes, bought a couple $1,000s worth of upgrades, and I shall probably not upgrade my PC again for a number of years. Yes, because that's enough money to spend on a PC for a couple of years, as far as I'm concerned. I used to be hyper obsessed about the newest technology and always having the newest technology. But I don't know, that stopped a while back. Don't know exactly why it stopped, but it did stop. Oh yeah, Charlie, just vermouth particularly in a martini is, in a Manhattan and a martini, a bit of vermouth makes a huge amount of difference. So, and that was something I did not appreciate for quite a while. But yes, then I found Maiden Eye, and I was feeling like supporting local. And even though it was literally 3 times more than Cinzano, I thought, oh, I'm going to give it a go. It's definitely 3 times better than Cinzano. Abigail, you have a 2080 Super, considering upgrading when there's more details. Oh, okay, cool. But yes. I even made a video back when I bought this little gift pack of expensive whiskeys, like bourbons, after Christmas. Like, they were at Dan Murphy's. They were meant to be a Christmas gift, and they had some surplus, so they were selling them off really cheap. These, little sample bottles of high-end whiskeys, and I thought, how much difference can it make? So I made 3. I'm trying to remember. Did I make whiskey sours? I think they were whiskey sours. There were 3 whiskey drinks side by side. One with just like Jim Beam or Jack Daniels, jolly, like bog standard bourbon, and then 2 with these expensive bourbons. The expensive ones tasted so much better. Warlord King, what type of PC do I have? Generic? I don't even know how to answer that these days. Like, it was built for me out of parts, and now I have upgrades to parts. So, I don't know what to say apart from I have a generic PC with various bits in it. I'm not that much of a tech head. Oh, yeah, that's a good one too, Kirsten. If you're doing gin and tonic, good quality tonic makes all the difference. We've got a whole bunch of different Fever Tree tonic waters here now because they make really good tonic water. I don't do tonic water that often, but it's nice to have some good quality tonic water. Because that's just Fever Tree's in supermarkets now. You can get from like Coles some of the really interesting flavors. Like, there's like 6 different flavors of Fever Tree tonic just at my local Coles. So yeah, you don't even have to have a specialty shop for them, which is great. Yes, I made one of the videos I made. Was it? It was just last night. I used up the last of my Pisco, and then I realized I was almost out of allspice dram, pimento dram, and then I just looked. There were like new specials on the Dan site, and there was this aged rum that was like $25 off. It's like a high-end rum. It's $25 off, and I was going like, "Fuck it, I'm doing it." There's no more fuck it purchases from Dan Murphy. So, well, I mean, I was actually out of Pisco, and I use it a bit. So I got that, and I do use the pimento dram a bit, and I was almost out of that. So I got that, and then it was just like, oh, look, this is rum that's on a really big special. Fuck it, man, I'm getting that too. Charlie, you use Schweppes, which is not terrible, but I think you'd really notice. Like I said, you should hopefully be able to just get it in a normal supermarket. Fever Tree tonic water is definitely a step up from Schweppes. Schweppes is not bad, but Fever Tree is just better. And yes, Safa, that's a summary. I'm not a tech head, but I do work in IT. Oh, wow, that one's actually really good. The Negrini is really good. Blur. Look, I'm not going to judge, man. 7-Up and rum. Fucking wow. Thank you, Fridge. Thank you for not doing that while I was making a video. Fucking compressor kicks in on the fridge and just making a huge racket. L3, Hoyven Glaven. It is a nerdy day. Programmer day and video game day. Blur, man, if you want to drink your 7-Up and rum, you fucking go for it, man. I am not shy about just doing mixed drinks myself. I mean, Jesus, like I got into absinthe. I would just put absinthe in Pepsi Max, which would make a purist lose it. Yes, Charlie, it is. Well, get one bottle because you can get a single bottle of the Fever Tree at Coles. Just get one bottle and taste it side by side with the Schweppes and see if you think it's worth it. If you don't think it's worth it, Schweppes is not a bad tonic water by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, try it side by side and see if you think it's worth it. Yeah. Hey, yes, by the way, L3, hello. Yep. No, I like that when I drink a cocktail and after a couple sips, it's like, wow, that was a really good cocktail I just made. And that's one of the things that we were talking earlier about, how did I get into making cocktails? It's at a certain point, you realize while cocktails are a great way to get drunk, you can have a level of appreciation of the flavors and the balance and the interplay that gives you an element that's beyond getting drunk. I mean, having said that, that was like what was it? 3/4 shots of gin and Oakar Golden Vermouth. Now, Oakar Golden Vermouth are comparatively low ABV. Like the Vermouth is 16.5%, and the Oakar Gold is what is it? What's the ABV on this? Oh no, it's 40%. So that's not low. Okay, I was lying. And Chartreuse is 55%. Midori is comparatively low though. What's Midori? 20%. So that cocktail was a couple of standard drinks. I don't know, 2, maybe 3. Yeah, I can safely say if you drank 2 of them, you'd be over the legal limit. Oh, Charlie, Angry Bunch, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Angry Bunch was good last night. I shall post the link, and anyone who wants to join, feel free. PBR, talking about apt. You're listening to Classic Station with Apocalypso by Mental as Anything. The old Mentals, I love them. Love them. Sometimes, when I want to play some classics, I'll dig out old Mental as Anything. Blue, you have an RX 580, but you're not going to upgrade till they come out with a DX 13. But see, those are all letters and numbers, and I'm sure they mean something. As you pointed out, not a tech head. I used to be much more into the technology, but I got to the not given a fuck stage. Yes, Charlie, I did. Abigail was telling me if you kept going after the stream, because that's the thing you can do. Yes, Annette, Apocalypso, it's a special day. Why are you trying to wipe the smile off Sanders' face? Yes, I had. That was off the Fundamental as Anything album, and they made a little movie as like a pretend documentary to go with it. Monumental as Anything. I had that on VHS. That was a good little pseudo doc. L3. I don't think anyone did send me a video card. What I ended up doing is working with Abigail to do a bunch of upgrades. And when we're not locked down, Abigail's going to, yes, that is my extent of technology, Abigail. Angry opens up the PC and says, it appears to run on some form of electricity. Yes, Blur, that is also me. What's my PC? Game stuff goes, boom, wee. Yeah, Santa Claus is drinking gin and trying not to worry. We're all reliving the old days. Mind you, Charlie, you were literally a baby when that came out. But I think you're right, PBR. The line was actually Apocalypso, it's a special dance. Trying to wipe the smile off Sanders' face. The fuck is in my jigger? Yeah, gross. I've got to clean it properly at some point. Now I've got my little drink with the ices. Maybe I'll go and make an old-fashioned or something. Maybe with fruit liqueur. Yeah, that's a thing I should do, actually. Fuck yeah. All right, I got to put this stuff away. Back on the drinks cart. Let's go. Might even, speaking of buying more booze, if I finish my Starward twofold, that's my excuse to buy some more Starward. Put this back. Yeah, I'm going to have to update my fucking booze list. As I've mentioned on live streams, I've been trying to keep track of my booze purchases this year. Fuck, okay, why don't I fucking smash some things? I knew there was one more to put away. The fucking remove. Oh. Let's see. God, that is dripping through so slowly. Come on. Oh my god. Okay. Probably be done. Banana. I'm going to do it with banana. I'm going to do an old-fashioned with a bit of banana in it. And I'm gonna sugar syrup. Gonna do my Demerara sugar syrup. It's actually a Demerara Oleosaccharum. PBR, your favourite mental song was Spirit Got Lost. Mine was probably Brain Brain, actually. Lino, yes, the booze. Back to front. The booze is good. Austin, yeah, okay. I should drink old fashions more often because they're fucking awesome. So we shall keep this fairly simple. Starward twofold, Australian whiskey. I should probably just no, I'll keep that. I was going to say I should just use it all. No, wait, what have I done there? I want 2 shots. Okay, now that's just not. Yep, that's only slightly more than I do. Okay, that's my excuse to go on the Starward website and get some more. So, 2 shots of whiskey. Nobody, usual Sunday plans tomorrow. Got any? That's fine, Matt. I completely understand. My normal Sunday plans are not doing a goddamn thing. So I'm going to stay up for a bit. But I completely understand if you got shit to do. Take care, my friend. Charlie, you're a baby, but you had a tape with a bunch of clips. Apocalypse was on. It's mostly Midnight Oil. Oh my God, I used to fucking record so much Midnight Oil back in the day. Saw them live a couple of times. So I'm going to 2 shots of whiskey. Going to do 1 shot of my Demerara sugar syrup. Some people like to make old fashions with actual sugar in them, and I'm not that big a fan of it. But one of the reasons they like to do it is because not all the sugar dissolves. Kirsten is the first person to join. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good.
What's your view on the old fashioned, Kirsten? Do you like making it with sugar or sugar syrup? Do you do sugar or sugar syrup?
Sugar syrup.
Yeah.
And your idea of making an oleosaccharin is really good.
Yeah. And for those who don't know what I've mentioned it before, an oleosaccharum is you peel citrus and then you just cover it in sugar, and the sugar sort of leaches all the citrus oil out of the peel. You can help it along by muddling the thing, but you don't have to. You just leave it for like 24 hours. The sugar leaches all the citrus oil out of the peel, and that forms like a syrup. And then you just add like 50, whatever weight sugar you put the same amount of water in. Like hot water will help it dissolve. And then you've got this citrusy sugar syrup, which is freaking awesome. So this one...
That'd be really amazing to make a old-fashioned with.
Yeah, this one is actually made with a brown sugar called Demerara sugar and citrus. So it tastes friggin' great. And I'm just going to be a bit wacky and put some banana in here too. Yeah. Because ever since there was the Trinket Bar in Melbourne had a drink that was like whiskey with creme de banane in it, and it was so friggin' good. And that's what gave me the idea of putting. Sorry?
Do you know that one of the major tasting notes of all the Starward single malts is banana?
Ah! All right. Well, I have Starward single malts on hand. I'll have to do. I was literally just using up my bit of twofold.
I did watch you do that. I've used my
Yeah.
twofold as well, and I don't get staff discount anymore.
Oh no!
Very sad about it.
But yeah, once I had a whiskey and banana liqueur drink, it opened my eyes to just make an old fashioned and put a bit of fruit liqueur in as well, and it just tastes so good.
So tonight I'm drinking Fossey's Shiraz barrel aged Shiraz gin with a lemon tonic, Fentimans lemon tonic to be very specific. So that's really delicious.
Nice.
I'm going to pack as well. So, but is Rain still around? Because I want to answer a question that he asked earlier
about distillation.
Cuts, making distillation cuts, right? So
yes,
the cut. So there's 3 components to distillate. Mm-hmm. There's the heads, the heart, and the tails. The heads has all the methanols and things that will make you go blind, and the tails has all the other gunk that you don't want. So where you make your cuts has to do with the quality of your spirit. So you can make wide cuts where you take only the top 15% off and the bottom 15% off, or you can make narrow cuts where you lose 25% at the top and 25% at the bottom. You just keep the middle 50%. And that's really vague. There's a whole lot of other stuff that you need to know about when you're making your cuts. It's got to do with smell and sometimes visuals as well.
Yeah.
So the spirit changes color.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's some sort of black magic. But yeah, so narrow cuts are your lower quality alcohols like Smirnoff, Plastic Cotton Socks, they only take 10 and 10. Their cuts are super narrow, which is why you get a headache. Might also have something to, but and it's also made so they make commercial cuts as well. So it's all automated. It's not by the look and feel of the spirit, because sometimes you get a little bit more and sometimes you get a little bit less, and that's where the skill of distillation comes from.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is making spirit cuts, and I think all spirit has the potential to be more or less pure, depending on what kind of spirit it is and how clean your still is as well. So how regularly they descale and, clean in place.
Yep.
So, making alcohol. It's good fun.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing. Okay. Shannon wants to join again, so I've got to go and post the link in Facebook because Facebook won't play with StreamYard, but that's okay. I was just noticing, I've got about Starward because Dan Murphy's is often doing specials on Starward. They've got $10 off both Twofold and Nova at the moment.
That's a really good price. Better than the website price.
A grand total. Yeah, oh no, it isn't free shipping actually. It costs
rude.
$6 or $7. And Grasshopper.
Hey guys,
how are you? Good. How you doing, man?
Good, man. Good. Yeah, just finished off work for the night, so
cool.
Came in, saw that you were streaming, and I'm like, oh, yep, I want to be there. So, hey, Excellent. Queen, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing a bit of packing while we talk.
I'm literally to the super end of my packing.
Bare.
Well, it's my bedroom, and I don't want you guys seeing all of it. It's a bit messy.
What you packing for? You moving or going somewhere? Or?
I am moving.
In the middle of a pandemic, you're a braver woman than I.
Yeah, well, I'm not only just moving house, I'm moving state. So yes, some call me brave, other people call me stupid.
I guess it depends on why the move. I don't know.
I got a new job.
Jobs.
I got a new job.
Kirsten's moving onwards and upwards.
Yeah.
What do you do for work, Kirsten, if you don't mind my asking?
I do planning, procurement, and logistics.
Planning, procurement, and logistics.
Yep.
Specifically for a distillery.
Specifically
For whom, sorry?
For distilleries.
Oh,
so I used to work at one distillery, and now I work at a different distillery.
Well, in that case, you can't be like close personal friends with Ozzy, or otherwise he's going to turn into an alcoholic. It's just...
No. Kirsten already from Starwood, where she is just leaving. Did when I ordered some stuff, she found my order and stuck a few extra things in it. So that was pretty cool.
That's awesome. Way to go.
I don't know that I'm going to have as much access to the D2C stuff at my new place. So sorry, no freaks.
Have you said, is this a thing that you can say yet where you're actually going? No, it's a secret. Yet. That's okay.
Still on the DL.
So how are you going to do the interstate trip? Are you flying or driving?
We have to fly legally. We also have to do 14 days in quarantine. So I'm super looking forward to that.
I don't think that you could have made that that reaction any more sarcastic, but
look, I could have tried.
Yeah.
But yeah,
look, it's one of those things. Like I would hate it if I had to do 14 days in quarantine, but I would still do it if I needed to.
Yeah, look, if you're going to do it, you may as well. So we literally had 14 days. 15 days to pack up our entire life. We leave on Wednesday to fly to Sydney.
I tell you what, if I ever needed to move out of the house that I'm in now, because we've been living here since '96.
Oh shit!
Yeah, if we ever needed to move house, like I dread the pack up process.
No,
we've only been in this house for 9 months, and I can honestly tell you, it's been traumatic. We
no doubt.
didn't even move that far. We moved from a different apartment in this building. And so we've been in this apartment for 9 months. And like a bunch of our stuff was already still in boxes, but then you're like, I probably have to go through these boxes and figure out whether or not I actually want to move this stuff to New South Wales.
Yeah, no, my friend that lives over in Perth, she literally changed apartments, like from literally one side of the apartment blocks to the other side of the apartment blocks, like across the road, into a slightly larger place. And even that was an absolute nightmare because the place that she'd been in for about 4 years before doing this. So trying to find everything and pack it all up and
And you think it's not very far, it's about 300 meters. And what we hadn't taken into account is that in that building, so our building is four sides, in that building, there's a lift. So you go down the lift and then you come across the courtyard and you go up a flight of stairs and up 2 more flights of stairs to get our new apartment. And my husband and I are like, it'll be fine. Like, we'll just put things in green bags and we'll ferry it across and we don't need to pay anyone to move us. By day 3 of going up 3 flights of stairs, we were done. Like, done. And I literally just put up a post on like Melbourne backpacker like thing, and I was like, I will literally pay someone $100 and a bottle of alcohol to come and like move shit for 3 hours.
That's fair.
And we got this young French guy who was super fit, and he just moved our stuff like just so fast. And I was like, that was the best $200 I have ever spent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no. A friend of ours needed to move a couple of years ago, and she had a lot of hand-built furniture made for her by her father, like, solid pine wardrobes and, like a big redwood king-size bed frame and all of these sorts of different things that were made from her dad. And as a result, like, all of her stuff just weighed an absolute metric ton. And we basically all went, and we all chipped in and got furniture removalists to do it for us.
Yeah. No, I definitely use removalists if I'm moving. It's just like even that is stressful, but
Oh, look, I mean, I've done the moving thing before. I've helped friends do the moving thing before. I don't deny that the craziness of it, but having furniture removalists worth every penny.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
The
so
other
long as you
thing
get a
that
good
I
one.
know, the other thing that I no longer do, I will pay for, is cleaning an apartment after you move. Living rentals. I want to pay someone $500 to clean the place, so I get my bonds back. I think that is an appropriate use of money.
I have seen people get their bonds turned down because they left cobwebs in up in the corner of the roof type thing. There was still cobwebs when they moved out, and the real estate company tried to keep their bloody bond because of cobwebs of all things.
Yeah. No.
The other trick that I've figured out now is that you ring your real estate and you just say, who is your preferred provider? And then you just hire them.
Yes.
Like 90% of the time, their quote is totally reasonable, and then you don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So, like, our cleaning people are picking up our keys and delivering them free of charge to the real estate agent. So I don't need to do any of that.
No.
I won't be in the state.
People love to talk about the advantages of owning your own home and all of this sort of stuff, but they always talk about it in a monetary type of, this is the advantage monetarily. This is the advantage because your bank account looks so much better and blah, blah, blah. But no, the emotional advantages, if you're ever in a position to be able to buy your own home, about not having to move anymore, not having to worry about all of that shite again, being able to, paint and fix and whatnot. And there's no comparison between the two. I honestly, I hate how unaffordable housing in Australia really is for most people.
Yes.
On the other hand, I got to give notice and move states in 14 days.
Good job.
Way to go.
So,
yeah.
I'm on gardening leave, and which just means that my previous company is paying for me to sit in a hotel room for 14 days.
Oh, cool.
Hooray for gardening leave.
Yeah.
I was excited.
There's a thing people talk about, there are obvious advantages to owning a place as opposed to renting. But, I just saw Charlie's waiting to come in. Hi, Charlie.
I just stopped in. Hello.
Hey, Charlie.
Hello,
How you
doing?
And
Ludo in a good mood today?
I hope so.
In a calm mood,
good
maybe.
Boy today.
Ludo is
he's right here.
There he is.
Seeming pretty relaxed tonight.
Oh, the big yawn for the little papa.
Yeah. Not acting like a hyperactive preteen.
Oh, he was going nuts last night. It was hilarious.
He's been pretty good today, but that doesn't mean he's going to continue to be good.
He's a good doggy.
If anything, maybe he's been saving up.
Oh no!
The naughty
waiting until he's on stream and then he can show everybody.
Yeah.
His butthole again. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, so I have bruises on my forearm.
Oh God. Okay. The dings you may or may not have been hearing from my phone was Aidsy saying he wants to join, so he may or may not appear 5 minutes from now or half an hour from now. Who knows? It's the
Aidsy clock, so
yeah, it's a mystery. Also, I was talking with Kirsten about getting some more Starwood because I used my twofold and it's like, oh, it's on special at Dan's.
I can't wear this to work anymore.
That is excellent.
This is the front of the t-shirt. It's pretty great.
Hi, Nettie.
Hey,
Yay!
Nettie. How you doing?
Was it what strength hangover?
Cask
Sorry.
strength hangover.
Oh, cask strength hangover. That's an industry.
I can only
joke.
wear it to. Yeah, it is. I can only wear it to work in winter when I'm wearing a cardigan over the top, and everyone's like, "Oh, I love the front of
Yeah.
your shirt," and you're like, "Please never see the back of it." Very naughty. Swear words on it. From my favorite bar, Hats and Tats.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
By the way-
literally swapped one of my work t-shirts, so my Starwood work t-shirt that I was wearing on like that day for that t-shirt with the barman
Nice.
in front of my boss.
Nice. Well, I did some price comparisons, Kirsten, and although Starwood stuff is on special at Dan's, when you take into account the shipping costs, because Starwood will do free shipping, it's no cheaper going through Dan's. So
But if you have a need for an emergency whiskey fix, then they will deliver within 2 hours for $15 because that's
No,
what I got this week.
I
Wow.
have a lot of whiskey on hand, so if I think ahead, I could. It's really funny. It's like I posted on the socials today. I wasn't gonna buy any more booze, but then I realized I'd run out of some stuff. So
You know,
There
we're
we go.
looking to our right, your left there, Angry, and I'm seeing a pretty well-stocked bar.
yeah, but it's as I always explain to people, I only use them in little bits. Like seriously, to get through that would take several months of alcoholism. To actually empty all of those would take several months.
So
Challenge accepted.
we used to have a collection with over 150 bottles in it,
Mm.
and then about 3 weeks ago,
Oh, here we go.
we sort
Charlie's
of went.
dog's up.
We went.
Oh, look at the toy.
Yeah, he's got
We-
his blue
we
button.
We went through the collection and started putting aside things that were kind of empty. So we've taken the collection down from over 150 to probably about like 195.
Yeah,
So we've worked on it. Really hard
yeah,
work
it worked
now.
on it.
But a lot of our collection only
Can
had
we all
like
just take a quiet
one-
moment just to appreciate watching Charlie's dog right now?
Is his chewing?
and the associated
is his,
sound.
Is his chewing too loud or?
No, it's just
No.
adorable. It's just
Oh,
adorable.
okay.
It's a little bit of ASMR
It annoys-
for it.
It annoys the fuck out of me when I'm trying to sleep.
I bet. That would
Yeah.
be fucking annoying.
It's making
Yeah,
my teeth itch, but that's a me problem. That's not a Ludo problem.
my friends have cats that always decide to get a case of a 3 a.m. zooming. And yeah, try to sleep on their lounge
And then
one
there's-
night. Both of the cats
and then
decided that
there-
I was just an obstacle to run over. That was great.
And then there's the times when he decides to lick his dick for hours on end.
Yeah, dogs are like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, it's okay, Ludo, it's clean now.
Oh,
royal
he's,
penis.
Maybe cleanliness is not the object.
look, I mean,
Oh.
it's one of those things. If human males were capable of doing that, we would get so little done.
Oh my god,
And females.
There's an old joke about two old fellas in a pub noticing this dog licking its balls for an extremely long time, and one guy says to the other, "Geez, I'd give anything to be able to do that." And the other guy says, "Well, he looks pretty friendly. Start by giving him a pat and go from there."
Yeah.
It's like taking things the wrong way.
True
That's always
story.
fun.
A friend of mine, when he first met his now wife's parents, literally the first time that he met them, Things were a little bit on the awkward side and whatnot. But his wife's parents both owned Rottweilers, absolute big, delicious, lovely.
Oh, I used to live with one of
Lincoln
those.
Type
Oh,
Rotties,
they're gorgeous.
and so it's kind of awkward first time meeting the parentals, and they're kind of grilling him over the third degree, and he decides to try and break the tension by cracking this joke. I'm going to tell it again, and I apologize if anybody finds it on the offensive side. How do you stop a rabid Rottweiler from coming up and trying to bite you? Pick it up and suck it off.
Okay.
That was the way that he decided to break the ice with his now wife's parents.
Well, it's obviously
And did
effective,
it
right?
work?
Well, I mean, they're
Did it
married,
work?
and as best I could tell, he gets along with the in-laws. But I tell you what, that was not
Well,
one
then
of
I'd
the jokes that
argue
I
it
thought of the
worked.
first time that I met my in-laws. I tell you what.
I mean, it depends
My
what
mother
kind of
would call
people
the
the in-laws
police.
are.
Yeah, mine too.
My mother would call the police if some boyfriend of mine told a joke like that.
I don't know, like, if my dad was still
Hi,
with us, if
Leggy.
somebody, the first time that one of my
And hi,
partners would have said
Abigail.
that to my dad, I think his reaction would have just been kind of like, "Are you sure you want to be with that person, Shannon?"
Oh God. Yeah, no, it'd be very questionable.
My mother kind of wants to call the police if she sees a man's underarm hair. If he's wearing a tank top and he has underarm hair,
There was a joke in the old.
You must come to any high holiday meal with a collared shirt on. So that's Christmas, Easter, birthdays. You must wear a collared shirt.
Yeah.
Sundays, it's preferable to wear a collared shirt to lunch.
Oh wow.
You must always
Just pause off
have
the keyboard.
on at least a singlet to come to the table.
Yeah.
You cannot come to the table without a shirt on. It's preferred that you have a t-shirt, but she does relax the rules for my stepbrothers who only wear like singlets.
Okay, singlets. Oh God.
well, it is
it's
Perth,
going to town.
isn't it? It's WA,
exactly,
isn't
right?
it? Wearing clothes at all is oppressive.
Even in my earlier, thinner years, I still never wore singlets everywhere. Like, I've never.
So at least two of my brothers wearing shoes and any sort of like long sleeve t-shirt means that it's absolutely freezing, or they're going to work. I'm pretty sure that the last time I saw one of my brothers in one of my stepbrothers in any sort of like shoe was our parents' wedding.
Oh
And that
wow.
was like
Shoes.
9 years ago. Yeah, never see him in shoes ever.
That's so WA.
Yeah.
It's so WA. It's funny.
Clothing's just too much in WA.
It really is. I'm looking forward to not having to wear a cardigan and take a jacket every day, even in summer.
Yeah.
Like having a work cardigan that you leave on the back of the chair. Looking forward to that. That'll be exciting.
Depends on how well air conditioned the place is. If it's over air conditioned, you will still need your work cardigan. I remember that from when I was working.
I always have a work cardigan. I just am excited about the idea of that, not having to take my work cardigan home with me. Like
I
you take
don't
it
mean
off
to-
in order to catch the bus.
I don't mean to sound horrible, but Charlie, could I pretty please ask you to mute the microphone?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
hard.
Yeah, I can take the toy
Yeah.
away.
Sorry, I'm trying to listen to Queen, and
Yes,
it's a little bit on the difficult side. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be difficult.
Not at all. It's
But yeah,
Look at the color
a
of
work
this.
What you got there,
looks,
Angry?
pretty.
that looks like
That's-
cranberry.
It's a Manhattan made with Unico.
oh,
with
nice.
vermouth.
Oh,
It's a really sort of purple red vermouth, which has made it look like cranberry.
No,
Yeah.
can't have it.
So it's a sweet Manhattan, and I actually made it with Rittenhouse rye, which is 100 proof rye whiskey, and this is the vermouth. You can see how dark it is. It looks like it's black, basically. It's just
Wow.
a really, really deep purple red, and so you dilute it a bit with the other things, and you end up with this. Yeah, it does look like cranberry, basically, and
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's so fruity, so
I-
good.
I've run out of my Okar red, and I want to buy Okar gold. So I'm probably going to put in an order once we have an apartment.
Yeah.
For Unico Yuzu, Okar gold, and Okar red.
Okay.
Yes.
Either that, or I'm going to.
I have been meaning to ask.
at Henry and see if he'll give me some free stuff.
No, it's gone.
That-
I have been meaning to ask because
Lie down.
I've been meaning to. Sorry, I thought she was talking to me for a second.
Oh,
Hey,
Hey,
sorry,
So,
Nettie was just in the middle
why
of
do we
asking.
like our Okar Gold?
Okar Gold.
Lie down. Lie down. Lie down.
It's really good.
Uh,
Lie down.
Okar
Okar
gold is
gold.
a good substitute
Lie down.
for
It's a
yellow
what substitute?
chartreuse. A good substitute for yellow chartreuse,
See if I
booze,
can get him a quiet
and
toy.
gentian. So you can literally use it for those three, right, Angry?
Yeah. Sorry, what were the
AT, are
three?
you in a bloody
Substitute,
hospital gown again?
Sorry, it's a good substitute for yellow chartreuse, gentian, and what was the other one you reckon it's a good substitute for, Kirsten?
Suze,
Suze,
which I
that's
think
right.
might be a gentian liqueur, but
Yeah.
it's kind of one of those liqueurs that gets mentioned by brand as opposed to like ingredients.
Lie down. Lie down.
Oh, Charlie.
Charlie's just getting mad.
Suddenly,
I just, yeah.
Ludo, behave, honestly. AZ, what's happening in
Got
your
him
world?
a nice quiet toy.
Well, I've been having
Ludo,
a bit
sit.
of trouble
Drop it.
getting onto the internet because my iPad data plan gave me 5 gigs per month, and today it went, you're empty, Dick. So I've connected myself through my phone, which doesn't make any calls, and I don't watch internet with it, and doesn't need Wi-Fi. So I'm here with you today, and I managed to turn the phone so that it was at letterbox, and I was right side up. When I actually joined you, I was vertical, and I was thinking it'd be interesting to just do the show that way. However,
This fucking dog.
were you asking me as I just turned up?
Yeah. I noticed in the chat, clapping for Chlamydia, saying, he said, "Good morning, my thunders from down under. Waking up to you should be down."
Lie down.
I love it when people in the northern hemisphere are actually waking up.
Good
to
boy.
it.
Yeah.
That's going, la, 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 la.
They're waking up
Wild.
we're all 3 drinks in, and it's like, yeah.
You know, and it's all.
Are you
it's all
back in
nice
bloody
to go,
hospital again, AZ?
Grasshopper. Sometimes I've got to eat. It's free food.
You put in hospital just for the food.
I had their coffee made for me. They give you sweet biscuits.
Biscuits. Oh my god.
I don't get biscuits at my house, but I do get my
However,
coffee made for me.
I'm not getting as much biscuits or as much coffee because I had a fight with the nurses.
Oh, again, you and nurses,
Not again. It was 3 days ago.
Same one.
And what
He
happened
does
was the doctors
try.
came
He
in
does try to be
and
good.
The doctors came in and they renegotiated a deal. And then a nurse came and said, so here's what's going on. And the doctors reneged on every fucking part of the deal.
Oof.
And I lost my fucking shit. Now, normally I'm the most pleasant, most friendly guy ever because inside I'm the angriest motherfucker alive. And so what happened was the animal jumped out and she freaked. And later on, I said to her, look, I'm sorry, you've got to know that wasn't directed at you, right? And she said, oh, I know it wasn't directed at me, but I was scared. And I was going, fuck. And now nurses are not allowed to punish or harm you in any way. They're not allowed to
Oh, my cat is.
they're not allowed to, it's not
Oh my God.
distinguish, it's the word, they're not allowed to judge you in any way or discriminate against you in any way.
That's the one.
They do have grasshopper their little ways. And for a day and a bit, the nurses were handing me stuff saying, I go, thank you so much. And say, oh, no worries, don't lose your temper now. Ouch. And you can imagine I see these people 15, 20 times a day for 2.5 days. That was what I was getting.
Tension.
I'm getting a smack. I think I'm getting a smack. I'm pretty sure I'm getting a smack. And today, one of the nurses basically organised for me to have so much fucking drugs that I've been asleep for most of the day and all of her shift. She did well, and she timed it damn straight. So every time I get over the last lot of downers, she'd give me another
Not
one.
even.
Straight out.
Yeah.
And they moved my bed around.
That bed's too small for
Because
me.
they said, because I'm my spine is fucked, and I move to the left. I roll to the left as I sleep, and I'm often hanging off the bed. Anyway, I was rolling to the left, and they said, "Oh, we thought you were going to fall off the bed," and so they moved my bed back down, not sitting up, but back down, which made my body just crash right out. So the alarm that went off at 6 o'clock for me to get ready for the show, pointless. And I was only awake at 9, and I went, I'm slightly late for the show. And then it took me hours fucking around to get onto the internet because my iPad is like, what's the point? You've got no data, cunt. And here I am. And I was really clever about it. And I went through my phone. So, hello, Grasshopper. I'm in hospital because I've got massive brain damage. And I got massive brain damage because I took too much nitrous oxide. I took too much nitrous oxide because it was the safest drug I could find on the internet. And it's not safe. Grasshopper, nitrous oxide in long-term high-end use will give you brain damage to the order of, probably more than, but to the order of 25%. So 25% of my brain has been destroyed.
I remember my first husband researching nitrous oxide back in the 90s, and he was absolutely adamant that it was safe as well.
Well,
It depletes your vitamin B12.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that.
Absolutely. And
certainly wasn't on the internet in the 90s.
I was getting vitamin B12 shots from my doctor. because I had a blood test, and I said, I think my vitamin B12, vitamin B's gone down. And when I tested, oh yeah, it's down. So I was getting vitamin B12 shots. I didn't quite say I'm getting fucked up on nitrous oxide every night. Miss that bit out. PR packaging, ladies and gentlemen, when you're talking to health professionals, PR packaging. I used to PR package everything the doctor said to my boyfriend, boss of the house, when I went home. And he said one day, can I come with you and meet your doctor? Because you see him every week. I went, yeah, you know, he forms a big part of your life. Yeah. You know, I'm in love with you. And I brought him in, and the doctor said, oh, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I hear so much about you. And, you know, they grit. And then boss of the house said, tell me what's really going on. And the doctor fucking rubbed his fucking hands together and opened his fucking head and started to tell him things that were not neatly PR packaged the way I was doing it.
Oh no, the doctor does it without PR. Oh no.
And was just saying facts that were really unnecessary, that were really out of scope. Grasshopper, he was saying things that were alarmist.
Says the guy with 25% brain damage. No, it's perfectly fine. Don't go to the alarm. No, it's fine.
As a politician,
It's not the important bits of the brain.
But he wants to know because he loves you.
yeah, no, that is true, Charlie. But yeah,
That is
but
true.
I'm just saying, AZ is a politician.
with 25% of his brain missing. He's still got 25%.
You'd still be ahead of most of the
I
politicians.
was going to say he's definitely in front of all of the politicians in
Yeah,
it.
but
now,
I just think
apparently.
when a scandal breaks, AZ fronting a press conference and going, sure, you printed some facts. They weren't framed the way that I wanted them framed. It's just like, I'm just seeing the whole press conference play out. It's just beautiful.
Well, I mean,
They're
the
not
way
facts.
you
They're alternative facts.
Alternative facts.
the way you do a press conference is, you know,
I've been doing this with a relative for the last 2 months. Like getting in contact with the GP, getting in contact with the specialists, getting phone calls from the cleaner. And now I'm getting a more filled out picture of what's really going on, so I know where you're at, AZ.
Yeah, I, at the time, this is like a couple of years ago, at the time, my lifestyle changed a lot and quickly. The things that I usually did stopped happening. Some of the stuff that I did was confiscated and thrown away immediately. And I got a talking to from boss of the house saying, you bullshitted me. And I said, no, I merely told you the facts as you should have heard them. And he was going, I know you too well, and you're a bullshitter. And if I was fronting a press conference, say, and something bad had happened, or something less desirable had happened.
Less desirable, yes.
And they said, you know, your politicians have been caught fucking rings of prostitutes, some of which are underage. I would be giving it, well, how do you catch someone in coitus interruptus? I mean, you know, what, there was someone there? If that's true, it's clearly entrapment, and you can't listen to anything they say. Secondly, my politicians know from briefings that if anything underage crosses their genitalia, they're going to be burned at the stake. And thirdly, this is really a Murdoch beat up. I mean, really. let's just be honest with it. He doesn't want me in. He wants these tobacco-funded Liberal Party in, the guys who like rich people and look after their mates and defund bushfires and ruin COVID funding. So if you want to burn to death and die of diseases, you should really vote for the other side. If you want a really good economy that by every metric has gone forward, except for the unemployment rates, which are just seasonal, you should really continue on with the successful government. I mean, look, if my politicians want to get together and blow off some steam by blowing off some steam, that's fine. I, for example, host regular opium parties. Does anyone criticise me for that? No, not since I legalised all drugs, which was a popular move. Since 1 in 3 Australians is completely whacked out on marijuana every third day, which is a statistic that you have failed to mention, press, and there are many more statistics which you have failed to mention, and your failures as a press corps are starting to mount up. So you can see straight away, right?
We all know that the slogan for all of the Murdoch press is to never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Oh yeah. Fucking apparently Daniel Andrews is fucking Saint.
That's my life motto.
Christ. The bloody coverage of him on Sky News and that, you would think that he's the new fucking Hitler.
Yeah, and the way,
Holy
that
Chairman Dan.
They've covered his COVID COVID strategy. They've gone, oh, he's fucked it. Oh, he's fucked it terribly. Look at other states. And you go, yes, let's look at other states with outbreaks that are much smaller than ours and much more contained than ours. And effectively, you'll remember that these other states have fucking closed their borders to us.
Yes.
So, that says something, Murdoch. How about you come here for fucking 6 months and then try and go back to New York and then you get charged by the British?
It's amazing. It's amazing how
I have to apply for a permit to get on a plane. A permit.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm going to say this because I think that everybody here believes it, but I still feel the need to say this. If Daniel Andrews were for the Liberal Party as opposed to the Labor Party, all of the reporting would be, oh, he's done the best that he possibly can in these impossible circumstances.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What a hero. What a genius.
Yeah,
for stopping this
the fact that he's a little bit onto the left, and it's like, he's the next bloody Hitler. It's fucking pathetic. It really is.
So sad, and you know that every great fuckwit is going to look at these papers and go, "Oh yes, I'm not allowed to go overseas, dickhead. You can't get down the shops without the community bus, so you're not going overseas. You're not going to New South Wales." And you are the ones we're trying to save. Because guess who it's killing? They thought little babies and old people were going to be in danger. And little babies, mostly, a few tragic cases, but mostly okay. Young people, mostly okay.
Pretty resilient.
Young people mostly get it and get through it. Old people fucking fall off the twig. And these old people are the ones being targeted by Murdoch, going, oh, he's fucked it. And they're the ones that he's fucking making us save. And and fucking Victoria has gone, yep, okay, masks on. Here at the hospital, I'm not allowed to receive visitors. I'm not allowed to see anyone. I haven't intimately hugged, touched, or been with anyone for 3 months. And that's a long road. And boss of the house is getting rough too. And often he can ignore me for weeks at a time. And he does. Except to say, you are not allowed to take that. and to take it off me a bit. So even he's getting fucking annoyed at the not allowed to be doing anything. And we're supposed to be going to Canberra for Christmas. We've really got to think about buying plane tickets now. And we are thinking about buying them now, but we've got to buy
I
the
wouldn't.
expensive
I
ones.
wouldn't.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't if I
I
were you,
wouldn't
man.
buy any plane tickets now. No.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
guarantees.
It's not as good as the
Remember, it's
bunny
for
is.
Christmas. And
I think that they look very cute,
Even
Charlie,
for
for whatever it's
Christmas.
worth, darling.
Well, I
you
think
what? Grasshopper?
the
I was talking to Charlie, the ears that
Oh,
she's wearing.
my cat ears. They are very pretty. Like
They
when
are
you can actually see
sparkly. I
them.
love them.
They
Yeah,
are.
very
They're
sparkly.
gorgeous.
You wouldn't tease me.
But I think my bunny ears are more comfortable, so I'm gonna put those on instead.
Put
Okay,
bunny ears on.
Bunny,
Or
Bunny,
long
very
hair.
good.
All right, now we can refer to her as Charlie Bunny.
Charlie Bunny.
It rolls off the tongue.
The bun
Really does.
Oh God, where did I
or the
put
long
them?
eared guinea.
There's some.
Now,
There's,
here's the thing. I
there
have to
is-
remember where I put them.
there is a light at the end of the COVID tunnel. Like this we're all aware of. There is definitely a light at the end of the COVID tunnel.
Yeah.
But it depends on where you're getting your news and your information from as to how long that tunnel actually is. Because some places are saying that we could have a vaccine by the end of this year, early next. Others are saying that a vaccine is never going to happen. Others are saying that a vaccine might be available in 2022. All of these sorts of different things. But regardless of when the vaccine comes out, the way that I'm choosing to view this entire COVID pandemic thing and to kind of keep my spirits up is that
That's
what this has
better.
done better than anything else could have done is show that the dynamic that we've got for people and their workplace practices, people and their personal practices, people and their public practices can and should change with the times.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone has turned around and gone community first. And this is very Australian. In America, they don't give a shit that 190,000 people are dead.
I've got two friends who are expats from Australia to America. And I talk to both of them whenever I get the chance, and I miss both of them incredibly. And the stories that they have got in regards to people who are either anti-maskers, COVID deniers, which is they fall into the same bloody group as fucking flat earthers and other morons like that.
Oh yeah. Isn't that
And
fucking,
people who were just like, but my freedom's bullshit spiel. Goodness gracious! Like I'm bad enough.
Isn't that,
People here in Sydney sometimes they just don't care about the whole social distancing thing, and I'll turn around and go, "Hey, what part of social distancing don't you get? Back off, leave me alone," type thing. These people kind of look at you like as if you've got two heads growing out of your shoulders. I can only imagine in America if they're just like, "Oh, but my freedom means that I can be." My freedom means that I can punch you in the throat.
This is it. In Australia, this is a big difference.
or like,
right? The reason people say, are you a Republican? Because they assume I am because I'm leftist. And I say, actually, I'm a royalist. And they look at me like I've got two heads going on my shoulder. Is that what that means is we are an owned people. Again, very unpopular. But our owner, the Queen, has basically said, I want nothing to do with owning people. I want nothing to do with governing people. And the Prime Minister has gone, don't worry, darling, I'll do that for you. And what it means is when you are hurt, injured, or
Nettie, you're muted, darling.
Hey?
Sorry.
Yeah, Nettie was talking, but she was.
I just said, I was muted, but I said, what on earth have I come in on?
AT is giving us a history lesson of the politics in Australia. It's quite interesting.
And basically, because, the Commonwealth of Australia, people don't know what the Commonwealth is. The wealth is the people. We are worth the natural resources of the country. We are worth, because you cut it all up into bits. The country's worth something like 80, 90, or if you believe other people, $150 trillion. When we cut it all up, everybody in the country is worth about $9 to $15 billion. When you get hurt by someone and you say, yes, I'd like to press charges, you are out of the picture. The government takes over the process of charging and justice, and the assailant cannot go around to witnesses and bully them, because the government turns around and says, those witnesses are my witnesses, and it doesn't matter how scared they are, they're going to tell me what their statement was when we interviewed them. It doesn't matter, because it's my fucking trial, and I've got the biggest gag in the world. I've got a whole police force and a whole army behind me. So you want to fuck with me, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, individual. And the other thing they ask people is, have you got $9.5 billion in pocket? And people traditionally go, no. And they go, oh, that's a problem.
Traditionally.
Because you've hurt my citizen who's worth $9.5 billion. You owe me $9.5 billion. We all have a value. In America,
Hey,
because they
hello,
have
Fox.
rights rather than obligations. We have obligations. We have the obligation to be part of a community that helps each other in the name of our leader. We have the obligation to serve our nation in the name of our leader. And to serve our nation means to serve our people. In America, because they have rights, they have everything coming to them. And one of the scariest things is their rights are so important that they have the right to take away your rights whenever they're scared. So they can kill you because their rights are infringed, maybe.
Yes, the stand
if you're the wrong, stand your ground. If you're the wrong person and you're standing on their porch, they can blow your fucking head off, and therefore taking away all your civil rights, because their civil rights are way more important, because property is more important than people. And in Australia, property is nothing compared to people. There is nothing in Australia worth $9.5 billion that one person can break. If you broke the MCG accidentally and you hurt only yourself,
Or
they turn
intentionally.
around and say, you are a dick and you will go to jail, but you'll get out. If you did that in America, you'd get fucking shot.
Hey, look, I just want to change the topic to how cool my clear ice is.
It is very
Nice.
Because I've made this drink
Look at that.
before is called a Mexican nail. It's a rusty nail, which is whiskey and Drambuie, and you swap the whiskey out for tequila. So it's tequila, Drambuie, and just a little bit of whiskey. But I'm so in love with my clear ice, like you can't.
That
even
looks
see it.
absolutely like I'm not an alcohol drinker, and yet I'm salivating looking at that.
It is, isn't it? Every
So
time
I've got to
I was
taste it.
waiting to pipe up. I was waiting to pipe up so I could say, I'm a Republican.
Yeah.
Can
no,
I-
Or should I
can I
say
please-
pro-Republic?
Yeah, I'm pro-Republic. What have you made, Ned?
I've made an old-fashioned Godfather.
Oh,
I've
that's your
combined-
drink
Look at
now, isn't
that.
it? Godfather.
Yeah.
What's
I've
in that?
combined the new old-fashioned from Starwood whiskey with Mac.
Yes.
And I put a little more Mac in it than the usual recipe says. A little bit more lemon and a squirt of simple syrup.
Yep.
And then I do the thing with the orange peel around the edge.
Oh,
And
yes.
oh, it's so yummy. I've got to tell you, it's
Yeah.
so yummy.
Well, speaking
is
of,
what you
if you lovely people will excuse me for 2 seconds, I'm going to go make myself an iced tea. I'll be right back.
You do that.
I
I like. I almost never bother with garnishes, but just doing a bit of orange peel on an old fashioned, squeezing the citrus oil and wiping it around the glass is just fucking like, oh, nice plumber's crack, Grasshopper. I don't know if you can hear me. There's a lovely bit of plumber's crack right there.
Listen, don't be knocking the plumber's crack.
No, I'm on board. I'm absolutely on board.
On the job site, we always used to say, "Do you want 50 cents for your money box, big guy?"
Yeah.
I actually used to say that.
In fact, one time, this particularly offensive man was bending over, and one of the more senior plumbers got 50 cents and stuck it in the money box. And he's going, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I thought it was a money box. Sorry, man.
What were you going to say, Charlie?
Most of a crew of men to get rid of this guy because it's last on, first off. So got all the guys together and said, oh, downtime, sorry, you're all fired. And then he rang up all the guys and said, you've all basically got a week off. I've ensured with the overtime that you've got enough pay. On the Monday in a week, I'm going to call you in for job interviews. Don't run away and get other jobs. One guy did, but all the other guys came back. And
so it was sacking everyone just to get rid of one guy.
Just one guy. Well, what he was doing, because he was... Okay, so he's come to work one day and said, women, they're fucking dogging bitches. Fucking cops came around last night and actually fucking arrested one of my boys. And it's like, why? Oh, fucking, she fucking bullshitted and reckoned he raped her 4 times. And we're going, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, she's in the fucking hospital. Fucking, she probably fell down some stairs. Jesus fucking Christ. And he used to hit people on job sites. We had a feud with the Brickies, which he started. And one of these Brickies was fucking enormous and had a mohawk. And he caught our nasty guy putting sand in the motor of the cement mixer. And he's fucking come over and gone, you fucking cunt. Because what they were doing was they were throwing our pipe off the roof to get out of their way. And that was a bit annoying.
Yeah.
And so he's this Bricky's come over and this guy has grabbed him by the throat and hung him off the side of the fucking building and said, I'm going to fucking hear no more fucking shit out of you since you've fucking been there. He slipped and dropped him.
Oh, no. That was unfortunate.
Later on, everyone on the job sites come together and gone, what the fuck did you do? And he said, oh, I was just fucking showing him a lesson and I slipped. The guy fell 3 stories, broke his ankle and was off work for 4 months. And my own mouth was going, Jesus God. The builder has gone, this feud between the plumbers and the Brickies ends immediately or you're all gone. Contracts
building sites. You know what you made me think of? Who remembers Muriel's Wedding? All-time class Australian film. The bit Sophie Lee, who just turned the beautiful Bogan dial up to 11 for her performance. She was so good because she was a hottie. And I remember reading stuff because Sophie Lee is so good in that film. And she's saying, oh, yeah, I was asking the director, should I push it further? And he's just like, fucking go. Just, there are no rules here. And the famous bit where she just screams at the camera in the most awful way, I'm beautiful. But she said a line she's defending her boyfriend who's up on rape charges because he raped. So this is fiction. Grasshopper, you mix this. Talking about the movie Muriel's Wedding. she's defending her boyfriend because he's up on rape charges for raping a Japanese tourist, and he's going, "That's not." And she says, "That's not real. He hates Japanese."
Yeah, I remember that in the movie, and I was like, Jesus Christ.
She was so good.
Guy was arrested. He didn't come to work for 3 days.
Oh, Jesus.
And what he was doing was at
Queen, you're muted, darling. We won't be able to hear you if you talk.
At 8 o'clock every night, this guy was going next door to the student house, knocking on the door and punching the first guy who turned up.
Yeah.
And said, "Turn your fucking music off. Cunts have got to go to work in the morning." So he enforced an 8 o'clock ban on noise.
Yeah.
He didn't like their backyard light being on, so he'd go around there and punch the first person. And eventually the house next door set up some video, and they waited 5 nights for him to repeatedly punch fucking everyone. And he was breaking jaws, he was breaking fucking cheeks, he cracked a neck.
What a psycho.
He hit someone's head so hard that their neck cracked. And so then they just took the evidence to the cops. The cops fucking arrested him. And then they gave him fucking bail. And he burnt down their fucking house. And the cops knew it was him and were pushing the fireys and the CSI to prove that it was fake. And they said, trouble is a candle could have fallen over. And what he'd done was smashed a window and kept on throwing lit matches in until a curtain caught. And it did, and whoomp, up it went. And when you get a curtain going, it's over. Effectively,
hello, Kitty.
Hello. Sorry, Mimsy's upstairs.
Mimsy time.
Hey, Mimsy.
And this guy was just a thug, nasty prick. And it took firing all of the staff to get rid of him. And he went. The funniest thing was, the weirdest thing, he was coming out of a pub and he bumped into a guy who tripped down the stairs. The bouncers all saw this. They called the cops. The cops have come in and they've gone, "Are you all right?" And he's gone, "Oh, I've got a sore fucking arm." The ambos have come and they've gone, "That's broken." And he's then been arrested. They've taken him to court, and the judge has gone, "This is the 5th time I've seen you. You're going to jail for grievous bodily harm, attempt murder, and fucking blah, blah, blah." Threw the book at him. And he went to jail for 25 years. He was...
Doesn't sound long enough.
65 when he went to jail. So he's going to be 90 when he gets out. He's not going to last fucking dick in jail because he thinks he's so tough. Those young, strong boys who have got borderline personality disorder, big bodies with child brains, are going to fuck him up. And I just can't wait for that. Nothing's his fault. Everything is everyone else's fault. He was on
Jesus.
On
Sorry, that's
and his wife would turn up with black eyes and bruises and defend him. Swearing blind that she was with him at the time.
The things that I have seen people defend their partners, their sons, their daughters, their husbands, their whatevers against has been absolutely sickening at times.
It's mind
really
blowing.
has been.
It's mind blowing.
Yeah.
And
I just want to point out, you can't really see it because it's clear, but my ice cube now looks like a nipple. So,
it does. It's beautiful.
I've just got a big icy nipple that I'm.
No problem with that. No problem with that. Yeah, Grasshopper. I've seen, like you said, people defend heinous things, and go, you know, it was, and the other way they do it is they go, he was doing the right thing. There was a big movement in Canberra when I was a kid for Friends of Jesus to kill or maim homosexuals. And they'd get to court and their parents would go, he was doing the right thing according to God and he's just doing an oath to God. And it's like, slow down. Slow down.
It's kind of like look up the gay murders in the early 90s in Sydney. There was a whole rash of gay murders that the cops couldn't be bothered investigating, that they wrote off as suicides. There was a beat near, I think it was, sorry, Grasshopper's given us plumbers.
Grasshopper, you've got...
Yes.
Put his headphones on.
Pull your
That's a 50 cent money box.
Spectacular plumbers crack. And we're here for it. We are absolutely here for it. We love it. We're all just a bit regretful we can't drop a coin in the slot, is what I'm saying.
I am so sorry.
You get $50 from me.
A flower in your vase.
And stuff.
Oh, thank you. Oh God, I can't. That's horrible, isn't it? Okay, well that's my night.
I'd be expecting later though, Grasshopper, for the 50 cents in the money box.
Look. Okay, the fee is at least $2. Okay, give me some credit here. Okay?
That's the thing. What was the buskers' greatest moment was when the $2 got turned into a coin, because then no one gave them 20 cents anymore. People gave them $2.
That was the buskers' greatest moment. I shit you not.
Yeah.
We all fucking
because buskers in America do it so hard because, you know, the biggest coin they have is 25 fucking cents.
That's rough.
Yeah, you'll hear the buskers over in America constantly say something, you know, we don't mind the money that jingles, but we prefer the money that folds. Because, like, you know, they're after like dollar notes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. It's so. Although it works for strip clubs in the US with the dollar notes in the.
Oh yeah.
Not saying I have personal experience with that, but you know, I did go to one of the laptop clubs. There's the table dancing clubs on Collins Street in Melbourne, and they actually do a thing where you give them money and they'll change it all for American $1 bills. And the idea is, that you tip the strippers with the $1 bills.
I did not know that there were strippers clubs on Collins Street. I'm guessing it's not the Paris end.
No. It is literally the opposite. No. I'm sorry.
Like
they're
the
on
Southern Cross end.
King Street. They're on King Street rather than Collins Street. There's like
the Spearmint Rhino gives you Rhino bucks.
Yeah, there's 6 different
Rhino bucks
for Peppermint Rhino. Sorry.
What?
Spearmint Rhino.
Spearmint Rhino. Sorry, Peppermint Rhino is the spicier club. Spearmint Rhino is a bit more subtle than Peppermint Rhino. I'm sorry.
And the Spearmint Rhino also gives girls free tipping money, which is great.
Fucking yeah! I have not been to the tabletop clubs in Melbourne for a couple of years, but all up King Street. There's like 6 of them up King Street in Melbourne.
So we got kicked out of the casino because we were highly intoxicated and the bar that we were in was closing.
Surprise.
And we were like, where can we go get alcohol? And they're like, find a strip club. It's the only place that's still serving. And I was like, okay, fine. Because I didn't want to be on the gambling floor. That's why I had to leave the casino. And the Spearmint Rhino, really trashy wine, but free tipping bucks, which was great fun.
Yeah, that's good. But I mean,
I've got a very strict rule that if you go up the pole, you get a tip. You have to actually do something on the pole, not just walk around it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard about King Street since my ex got sort of almost killed, and since that shooting happened and they killed a boy from the Netherlands.
That happened
Yeah.
early one morning. So a cracked out bikie. A cracked out bikie was beating up one of the dancers who he declared was his property, and a couple of people tried to step in, and the dumb motherfucker had a gun and went bang bang, injured a local and killed a tourist. And
Jesus
actually,
Christ.
the Netherlands kid lived. The 40-year-old man died.
yeah,
That's
and
right. Yes, I remember now.
but of course the hilarity was this guy put the bikies into such ill repute. Once he was put inside, there was a hit on him, and
That's right, because I remember the bikies coming through here, through Reservoir. Got Reza. You know, we've got a few tattoo parlors and whatnot around here.
Yeah.
And the whole suburb was just like with the fucking fleet of bikies coming through here looking for that guy.
Yeah, he made everyone's life too difficult. So when he got put inside, they put a hit on him.
Was that the kitten?
Here's my ice nipple. Remember me referring to my ice nipple?
Yes, mine.
Look, all I want to do with that angry is just lick your ice nipple. Like it's you're making it that I want to lick your nipple now. Angry.
Grasshopper. If I had $1 for every time people wanted to lick my ice nipple, I'd have $3 or $4. Quite honestly.
Grasshopper, I put $50 in your money box, mate. You're mine. You're fucking mine. And I expect the machine to do all of its tricks because
absolutely.
You know, it's a little bit like a Mikey machine or a stripper.
Yeah.
I once got invited by a mate to a raincoat night.
Oh no!
What's a raincoat night?
Sure.
I'm sure he's going to tell us in horrible
I'm wondering if I want to know, but I'm too curious not to. So
I go
You've
to
asked
this
the question now, and
it's a scat show.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Yeah. Now I don't want to know.
I'm getting retold then.
I've got my raincoat on.
I'm disgusted,
this is
but
the fun
intrigued.
bit, and the scat show starts, and I'm going, you know Kenny from South Park? I was Kenny from South Park. And I was going, I want out of here so badly that I will never speak of this again. And I haven't until now.
Well, thank you.
Because when I just turned up in Melbourne, and my flatmate said, oh, there's a raincoat night on, we should go. And I went, oh, yeah, because I knew no one in Melbourne, and I was hanging out with my flatmates. And we went. And as I lived with this guy for a year, it became really obvious what this guy was into. And it became worse and worse and worse. And one of the things he was into was trying to get his internet onto Arabic sites and translate with really, really simple Babelfish at the time. And he was looking for donkey porn, because apparently donkey porn in most of Arabia is really popular. I don't know why, but men fucking donkeys in Arabia is just the shit. And you'll catch guys at work all the time watching donkey porn. And you go, just stop that and go back to work. And they're all right. And it's prevalent. There's a movie called Whiskey Tango Foxtrot about this journalist's time
what the fuck?
in Afghanistan. And I thought it was a
Tina Fey.
piece of Tina Fey did a great job. I thought it was a brilliant piece of fiction. It's actually journals of true story.
Oh, yeah, no. Someone told them the actual story. Yeah.
It's actually basically, now it goes over a year and a half.
It's quite an extended time period. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 years. This woman was there, and she starts this innocent girl, and she ends up this hard motherfucker journalist. And they hear, the first scene is they hear a bang while they're dancing in a private disco. Fucking rooted. You see her nasaling and then fucking drinking straight out of the bottle. And she's dancing with her cameraman, and then there's this bang, and they go, all the journos go, was that a bomb? Was that a bomb? And they race outside, putting their journo gear on, and their cameramen are fucking setting up, and they're all fucked. And they're all doing live satellite feeds going, a bomb's gone off in the local square, and they're all trying to get the story to their network first. And her cameraman says, oh, our satellite feed just fucked out. And she swears like a sailor. And then you click back to where she started, and she's this most innocent thing in the world. And slowly, she gets corrupted by this experience. And in one scene, she kicks a child nearly to death for answering her questions. And at the end,
The hell?
you see this kid in the interview going, yes, the Taliban have been here many times, and they have ruined our village. And she got the police who were with her to shoot holes in the wall of this kid's house to make it look like they'd machine gunned it. And she goes, yeah, that's right. And she goes, so you will say this and you will say this. Because she had to file something, and she'd been off rooting the only guy that she could get hold of for like a month. And her paper's gone, you've got to put something in. And she goes, right, I'll make a story about children. And she goes and finds this child and kicks their shit. Because she goes, oh, you'll do a story. And he goes, fuck off, lady. And she goes, oh, no, not fuck off, lady. And you see her grab...
Hey, Queen, that's enough of that.
Oh my God,
right.
what did you like? Is that a cheese platter, Kirsten?
Yeah, she's got a deli platter going on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no,
Holy
that's
fuck.
fine.
I've just had a cheese platter delivered.
We can't hear
You had
you.
it delivered from where?
If you can email that to us, you can eat it in
Oh, from the kitchen.
I can hear you now.
Oh, my
Queen,
husband.
I hate you out of nothing but pure
Oh,
jealousy and
we don't
spite
like
right
that.
now.
All right,
I would love a deli platter
grasshopper.
right now.
I've got some brie.
So, given that we had
Wait, it's 11 o'clock.
15 days between, like moving states, I had just done a massive market shop
Yep.
to purchase a bunch of cheese and stuff for charcuterie. So we're literally having nightly charcuterie boards trying to use up all this cheese.
Ooh, nice.
Queen,
Nice.
I know that you live down in Melbourne. I'm willing to risk the pandemic to come down there and join in on that because, wow.
Yeah, that is
Well,
like.
I'm moving to Sydney, and you just said that you're from Sydney. So, look, I can hook up in like a couple of weeks.
We look, I tell you what, when you pass through quarantine and everything, we can absolutely do a deli platter together. I would love to do that.
I have no friends in Sydney, so I am literally willing to hang out with anyone.
Say that again, sorry, Yazy?
Have you been to Melbourne?
Yeah, several times, yeah.
Yeah. What's your impressions? Because I'm always interested in outside views of something.
I've been there once.
The first time that I was in Melbourne, I stayed in St Kilda with a group of friends.
Yeah.
I fell in love with the tram system.
Yeah.
That
It's easy
tram
to do.
system, like to get around Sydney, back, we've kind of got trams in Sydney now, but they're nowhere near as extensive as Melbourne's.
Yeah.
Getting around the CBD of Melbourne on the tram was just absolutely fantastic.
And you know now it's free too, don't you?
I did not know that. There you go.
In the
This is
CBD
CBD.
of Melbourne, you can
Yeah.
jump on any tram you like, any public transport you like, for nothing.
In the CBD, yes.
In the CBD. As
Oh,
soon
no,
as you're
in
out of the
The
CBD,
trams
you
on the
pay.
Gold
Oh.
Coast are fucking expensive.
No, in Sydney, you get on any train to go anywhere, and you are going to damn near give up your firstborn.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
stupid expensive. They're all like, oh, people shouldn't carpool, and the people should get public transport. It is cheaper for me to drive to and from most of my jobs than what it is. Like if I take fucking toll roads at times, it is cheaper for me to drive to the job and home than it is to take public transportation in Sydney. It is fucking ridiculous.
Do they still have that system where you've got this huge machine with lots of buttons and you've got to nominate where you're going?
Not so much anymore. Now we've got this Opal system, they call it. You've got to have an Opal card.
Like our Mikey, yeah.
Yeah. And
in Queensland it's Go Card.
Yeah.
And you got to tap on and tap off, but they've still got the machines for people who don't have Opal cards for single trips and stuff like that, which is like whenever I've got friends who arrive at the airport, I don't drive into Sydney Airport anymore.
No, the
not to
train
pick
to
people
Sydney Airport is fucking awesome.
It is, but it is just so expensive. It is so ridiculously
they're building
expensive.
a train to Melbourne Airport, which has been so long coming and too late. But the Premier, who everyone hates, is actually building it. They've built the station underneath the train station, and they're building the tracks toward one another, so they'll actually join. And hopefully in the middle of next year, it'll actually be up and running.
Yeah, no, they're actually building the new international airport for Sydney, or I think Australia, not far from where I live, at a place called Badgerys Creek.
It fucking.
Badgerys Creek, Jesus Christ! Seriously, I lived in Sydney 20 fucking years ago, and they were arguing about Badgerys Creek 20 fucking years ago.
Dude, it was only 2 years ago that we finally got boots on ground for Badgerys Creek. Now you can drive to Badgerys Creek from my place in about 7 minutes, 8 minutes to give you an idea of where I am.
Yeah.
And you know, some of the people that are around the surrounding suburbs are still dead set against it. They're like, oh, you know, it's going to destroy this and destroy that and destroy the others.
Property values are declining, and that's why they complain.
Oh no, our property prices have skyrocketed since
This is why they bitch, is because as soon as they're under a flight line, their property price goes down. And when they opened the east-west runway in Mascot, Kingsford Smith, all of the Inner West and Mossman
hey, Charlie's
bitched and moaned about it because they saw their property values decline, and they did. And fuck me, 2 years later they bounced because people have got to live somewhere, and you can insulate your home against noise.
I had friends who lived in the Inner West in Sydney. I lived in the Inner West, but not under the flight path. I had friends who lived under the flight path. You do this funny thing where, like, you'd lie in the backyard of the flat, and planes would come in overhead.
Really low.
And it was just trippy as fuck as you're lying down watching these planes go overhead, and it was so weird.
One of my best friends. One of my best friends.
A friend of mine.
Sorry, go ahead, Nettie.
A friend of mine,
because they were so low.
a friend of mine lived in Stanmore on a hill, and her room was in the second story of the terrace house. And yeah, she used to say she could wave to the pilots over breakfast. And
a friend of mine
lives. It was trippy for her too, but I lived under the flight path as well, and it drove me bonkers.
A friend of mine lives probably not even a 5-minute walk from Westmead Hospital itself.
Right.
And you go over to their place to hang out, and you've got to pause the movie when the helicopter's coming into land. You know, now, you can close up all of the windows and all of that sort of stuff, but it doesn't really help because helicopters make a hell of a racket. But you know, it's funny. Oh, Charlie's back. Hey, Charlie, buddy.
Yeah, I just wanted to change my name.
That's cool. Charlie Bunny. Excellent.
Yep.
Did you see my puppy with her brown bottoms?
Yeah, no, we saw the little fluffy. We did. I want to give her a pat.
Aww.
She's very smelly.
Look.
But the thing about noise
he doesn't care.
is that if you have any kind of brain at all, what happens is it just drowns out. It just.
Yeah.
I had some
Look, I
friends
mean,
who've
for
been
me,
down the
like
flight
over
path.
at their place, look, the helicopters coming into land and take off and whatnot, they're saving lives. I ain't gonna whinge. There
Yeah.
are so many people around that area that are trying to stop these bloody helicopters from landing and taking off at Westmead fucking Hospital, saving
Whereas-
lives.
You know, the bizarre part
Whereas-
is those helicopters are allowed to break speed limits and they're allowed to fly over any part of the city. You see,
And
they're
that's a good
sitting with
thing.
all the red lights on the roofs. They are to stop airplanes crashing into buildings.
Yeah.
In fact, technically,
But
the only
when I was
airplanes that
in-
will crash into those buildings are life-saving helicopters.
Yeah.
And those life-saving helicopters come in low and hard. They are going fucking flat out. They're going basically as fast as their rotors will allow. And then when they come in, they flare. And when you see these motherfuckers flare, they stand up on their tails, basically slowing down enough to land. And you look at them and go, how are you not falling out of the sky? And then you look at the distance they're travelling, flaring, and you're going at about 380 kilometres per hour. And they flare, and then they beat down on the pad. And I've been in so many hospitals that I've actually witnessed this happen. And
Hey,
been told-
AZ, sorry. Just very quickly, guys. A friend of mine's just let me know that they're watching us. So I'd just like everybody to say, hello, termite.
Hello,
Termite.
Terry. Sorry,
Thank
what
you.
were you saying, Nettie? Just out of interest, you were saying something?
Oh, yeah. Where were we? We were on the flight path, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I used to have to stop my telephone conversations, and I lived, when the planes were flying over, and God, it's not like a sound that goes away like a passing train, because at the time I was living 3 very skinny terrace houses down from Petersham railway line,
Yep,
which
yep,
was
yep.
very big. I can't remember how many trains were going past, but I can't remember how many lines but there were lots.
Yeah.
And so there were trains going past all the time. There's and that's kind of comforting and nice.
It
With
is.
the plane coming over, it would take minutes and minutes. And when you've got an noise going over, it's horrible. It's really awful.
Yeah. I had a
And-
friend who lived in the same area. Yeah, Petersham.
Yeah.
And I was talking to her once in a house. And when a plane came over, the windows rattled and it was so intense. And she stopped talking. And I went, fuck, that was loud. And she said, what? And I went, the plane. Going, I don't even notice anymore. And I said,
You just
Yeah.
but you stopped your
Yeah, you get used to it.
conversation because the plane was too loud. And she said, oh yeah, but I don't even realize that I stopped my conversation to let the plane go by. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
fucking
It just,
hell,
it
what the
just
It's like
fades in the
muscle
back of your
memory.
head, like any
Yeah,
yeah, muscle memory, Charlie, perfect.
We had a
Previous to that, I used to work for Greenpeace, and we would knock on doors around Mascot and all that area, up to Marrickville and whatnot. No one was interested in protesting or signing a petition or anything. They were like, we don't care. But the third runway is going to come there. If you think this is bad, this is going to be a lot worse. Oh, we don't care.
No, they just accept it. Hey, look, this is another one I've made for the first time. I love the name of this. This is a Kretschmar.
It looks like
nice.
blood orange.
It says I should dust it with chocolate.
Looks good.
I don't have any chocolate powder. It's vodka, white creme de cacao, lemon juice, and pomegranate. And they've described it as being like fortified Turkish delight. And it's actually
I'm going to have to do that one because I love Turkish delight.
It's my wife's
I think you
favorite
take that,
treat, Turkish delight.
Yeah, my
the
brother
real
loves
stuff
that delight.
or the pack of stuff you get at a Cadbury.
Nah,
The
the real shit.
No,
Turkish
my
delight.
my wife hates the chocolate covered Turkish delight. No, the
Yeah.
real Turkish delight. She loves them.
Real Turkish delight is
tubes
something
covered
else.
in powdered sugar.
But yeah, I have to admit, I'm such poor white trash. When I was a kid growing up in Dubbo, the Cadbury chocolate coated Turkish delight was the ultimate delicacy. It was.
It is good.
I think that there is space for both. I'm one of these people
Yeah.
that think that there is space for
Both
both
are
on
good.
the Turkish delight
Thank
front.
you, Grasshopper. I
Going to an-
love to see someone with an open mind.
Yeah,
You know,
going
I
to
have
an
never
actual
met
Turkish
a
shop
sugary
and getting
chocolate that I couldn't
Big-
be friends with.
because they have rosewater
Yeah, like
Turkish delight, which is what we regard as Turkish delight. But it's
Yep.
not just rosewater. There's usually a couple different versions of Turkish delight.
There's a lemon one. Yep.
And
Yeah.
Turkish fairy floss is fucking amazing. Oh, my
Oh, it
The
is.
fucking the lion,
Yes.
the lion, the witch, the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe.
yes, they talk about Turkish
Some
delight.
people,
Just let's check
you
the
know,
cards.
some people don't find it realistic that Edmund would sell out his siblings for Turkish delight. But personally, I'm like, my brother would definitely sell me out for Turkish delight.
I'd sell out all you motherfuckers for some good Turkish delight. That's like,
Oh, we're feeling the love now, Angry. We're feeling the love, man.
It's 3 or 4, yeah.
Oh, it's nursey time.
AZ's having someone look after him, which
Yeah.
is nice.
AZ, are you getting into a fight with another nurse?
No, he's super nice
No,
to
I'm
me.
back in the good books.
Yeah.
Look at this.
because
Lulu's being nice and
Just
sleepy
don't
one of the
tonight.
other patients started
Charlie,
throwing
all that makes me
feces.
want to do is come over and snuggle that puppy. Like, that's all I want to do right now.
It's like,
Oh, look at that
He's
baby.
great. When he's good, he's good. But
One of the
it's like
others.
Ludo is so big, but
but when he's naughty, he'll fuck you up.
behaving like he's the tiniest puppy in the world while he's fucking huge.
Yeah, he's like 50 kilos.
So
Big
I'm
boy.
going to show off, while we're going cuteness, I have to show off over here. Look
Oh,
who's
Mimsy.
Hello, Mims.
Mimsy. Being a sweetie pie.
Oh,
That's pretty cute.
Where are my cats? I'm going to find them.
Oh, I love her.
She is very cute.
Anyway, Andrew, I'm back in the good books again. Because
Sorry,
a
AZ,
patient-
what are you doing?
I'm back in the good books again.
Oh, you're
because a
good. You're in the
patient
good books.
Started throwing feces at the nurses and doctors. And not only that, 2 more patients thought this was a good idea, and 3 patients have been doing it to get what they want.
So AZ is suddenly the good person who doesn't throw feces at nurses.
I'm suddenly the good person who's always been pleasant and only lost my temper once, and not as a nurse. And I heard them discussing it. I heard them say, AZ's quite frightening because there's an animal in there. And we've only seen it jump out once. But if it jumps out once, it will jump out again. So
Okay, so you know how I had everybody say hello to Termite just before?
Yeah.
Now, Termite was actually best man at my wedding. He's one of my closest. Yeah, he's one of my closest friends. He's a fantastic guy. One of the things that will absolutely drive you nuts about Termite is his sense of humor. Termite's sense of humor is all about horrible puns. The worse the pun is, the better chances that Termite is going to crack off that pun. Now, there was this one time that he told me and a group of friends a joke, and I am not kidding you, 13 of us, 14 or 15 of us, all of us face palmed simultaneously thanks to this joke. So now I am going to share that pain with you.
Go for it, yes.
All right. There is a guy. He's in his younger years, he's completely obsessed with tractors.
Yeah.
Goes off to school, kindergarten through to year 6. And his friends are, kind of getting interested in computer games or, the Atari or whatever. This kid, he's just obsessed with tractors. They go off to high school. All of his friends are getting interested in cars and computers and traveling and all of this. This guy, tractors. They go off to university. His friends are becoming lawyers and programmers and doctors and whatnot. This guy, lo and behold, comes out of university, a certified tractor mechanic and engineer, all day, every day, just talks about tractors.
Yeah.
Years after university, his friends are sick to death of this complete obsession with tractors. And they turn around to him and say, look, we can't handle this anymore. We've made you an appointment with this school that specializes in helping people with obsessive behaviors. We've made you an appointment and we want you to keep it. Please go there, or otherwise we can't be friends with you anymore because we just can't handle it. And the guy thinks on it for a bit. And he goes, fine. And he goes off. 3 weeks later, he comes back and lo and behold, he's completely apathetic about tractors. Doesn't care about them anymore. No, fine. Yeah, they're a thing. Whatever.
Yeah.
His friends, thrilled with his progress, take him out to dinner to celebrate. While they're out at dinner, the kitchen catches on fire, and all of this toxic smoke and flames and whatnot start pouring into the restaurant, and people are gagging and hitting the deck and they can't breathe. And this guy jumps up on the table and he sucks in the biggest breath of air you've ever seen. And when he does so, he sucks in all of the smoke and the flames and everything and puts it all out. And he walks out onto the balcony and he safely exhales everything out into the atmosphere. Everybody in the restaurant is, of course, coming better and they're breathing again. And the manager comes up to him and he goes, mate, that was amazing. How did you do that? And he goes, no, it's fine. I'm an ex-tractor fan.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. 80, do you remember the joke? This is one of your jokes that goes to that length, and it's about the person who eats a part of the bar?
Yes. It's
okay, tell it.
You want me to tell it now?
I want you to tell it now.
Do you want the very short version or the long?
Look, the shortest version is probably still too long, but do a short version.
The longest I've ever made this joke.
No, you could make it go for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, please don't do that.
Do a short version. Do a short version.
So,
keep it short.
Once upon a time, there was a bar in Bathurst called the Beef and Burger Bar of Bathurst. And happenstance, a bear walked into the Beef and Burger Bar of Bathurst and said, barman, good vitla of fine ales, serve to me a beer. And the barman looks at him and says, no, mate, we don't serve big brown bears here at the Beef and Burger Bar of Bathurst. The bear gets miffed and he bashes the barman and says, now, barman, you bastard, give me a beer. And the barman, flicking the blood off his nose, said, no, mate, we don't serve big brown bears here at the Beef and Burger Bar of Bathurst, who beef barman. The bear gets incensed and biffs a bystander. Bashes a bystander or biffs a bystander? I can't fucking remember. Bashes a bystander and says, now, barman, you bastard, give me a beer. And the barman says, no, mate. We don't serve big brown bears here at the Beef and Burger Bar of Bathurst who biff barman and bash bystanders. The bear, in pure white rage, bites a chunk out of the bar, showing off his power and his majesty, and says to the barman, now, barman, you buffinous bastards bastard, give me a fucking beer. And the barman, polishing glass in his best John Wayne Cool, precancerous John Wayne Cool, says, no, mate, we don't serve big brown bears here at the Beef and Burger Bar of Bathurst who biff barman, bash bystanders and take drugs. And the bear goes, huh? And the barman says, you can't fool me, buddy. I saw that barbiturate.
And I've seen 80 do a 45 minutes version of that.
No shit.
And for that payoff to be the bar bit you ate, it's just like, what the fuck?
It's one of those things that just kind of sucks away your will to live, isn't it? It's great.
Yeah,
Just
it's brilliant.
fucking brilliant.
One of the things, though, is that joke has started a fight. I was doing that joke as an ender to a 25-minute gig. 25 minutes.
Oh,
is a
Nettie,
weird
give him the
time.
treat already, you gigantic meanie.
Right, so usually you get 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I got a 25-minute gig. It's a weird time. So I've done a 20-minute spot and I've got 5 minutes to go. And I thought, I'll do a 4-minute, 5-minute version of the Big Brown Bear and fuck off. And it's a little bit like the Aristocrats in Australia.
I was just about to say.
It's the
I
Aristocrat.
was about to ask how long
The
AZ's rendition
Australian
of
comics do.
Aristocrats is.
There's really only 10 of us who do it. A version of Big Brown Bear. And thank you. AZ's version has been voted the best. Especially since
I would love to
a
hear it.
very long time. And
I'll tell you a joke that I actually I won joke of the night at a deaf talent night for telling this joke.
Nice.
To a entire crowd of deaf people in sign language. I told this joke.
A deaf joke. Excellent. Do it.
Yep. So there's a deaf couple recently married, lying in bed, signing to each other about how they're going to communicate with each other when the lights get turned off.
Yeah.
And the wife turns around to the husband and says, "Okay, if you do want to have sex, squeeze my left breast once. If you don't want to have sex, squeeze my right breast once." And the husband turns around and goes, "Yep, no worries at all. All right. Well, if you do want to have sex, tug on my penis once. If you don't want to have sex, tug on my penis until I tell you to stop."
That's good. True story. I used to work on St Kilda Road, and there's a deaf school on St Kilda Road. And I was just walking on my lunch break once, walking past, and they have a sports oval, and the kids at the school were playing soccer, and someone's taking a free kick. And the opposition player, who's, you've got to stand a certain distance from the person, and he's doing a lot of signing, and he's doing it really aggressively and really big. And I was watching going, what the fuck's going on there? Because they're like playing sport. And the guys, oh God, he's shit talking the guy taking a free kick. He's trying to distract the guy taking a free kick. And he's just going, you suck, your mother's ugly. It's like...
I've seen the same thing. I've seen the same thing at a deaf AFL match. And I had taken a mark in front of the goal, and there were two players fucking jumping around signing at him. And there was a guy next to me laughing, and he was a parent of one of the kids on the oval. And he's just laughing. And he's going, Jesus, you wouldn't get away with that in a talking match.
No.
And he said, okay, he called him a gay motherfucking cunt. And he loved it when he was on his dick the last time in the showers. And he should do it again. Take your kick, you porter, because there's no fucking way you're going to get it. Yeah. And you could see these guys having the kick getting more and more agitated.
Yeah.
And finally he puts the ball down and starts to sign back to these guys.
Because if you're holding the ball, you can't sign. Yeah.
Whistle is this, those party balloons that have that bring out the tube that Ref's whistle has like 6 of these, and they all burst out at once, and they're orange. And he's blown his whistle, blam, and what happens is the players tap each other and point, and he's blown his whistle and stopped play and said, "No more free kick." The two guys at the goal are going, "Fuck you," and the kicker's giving it, "Fuck you," and then he sends one of them off, and essentially it was for unsportsmanlike behaviour, and the parent next to me is translating all of this and pissing himself, thinking it's hilarious. And the other thing I saw was a couple of deaf people at the college me and Andrew went to, and they were signing at one another and talking away, and they were signing, and clearly they were signing something important because they were trying not to interrupt each other, but they were trying to get their point in, and they were signing along, and then it started to punch up. They just started fucking into it, and people around are going, Jesus, and they storm in and they drag them apart, and then security turns up and says, "All right, what happened here?" And everyone goes, "I don't know."
What caused the fight?
These guys are just.
I don't know.
I know.
And
It reminds me of another joke that I know that is slightly more offensive but still very funny, and that's what does a deaf blind person call their dog?
What?
Oh, that reminds me. The big brown bear causing a fight.
Yeah.
I told this big brown bear joke 5 minutes to go, and I'm rolling up to the end of Barbiturate, and about a sentence before I've said it, this guy in front is going, "Oh yeah, Barbiturate," and this other guy at another table is going, "Oh, for fuck's sake, come on." He says, "Oh, what? It's an old joke. Everyone fucking knows it." He says, "I was fucking enjoying that, and you fucked it." And I'm going, I don't know what to do. I'm used to the fight coming from there to here. And I can deal with that.
Down there.
But when they're going, this way, I've got nothing. And I'm going, guys, it's just a joke. We can do another one. And the book at the back is going, which is the signal for keep going, keep talking till it's okay. Yeah. And I'm trying to calm these motherfuckers down. They have started moving tables around to get close to one another. We have no security. The barman and the light girl have come out of their stations and they're ready to bounce. And the book is sort of starting to walk and going, I don't want to get hit. And I'm going, I can't move. I'm stuck here behind the mic. And I finally go, look, if you two guys will sit down and promise me you'll shut up, I'll tell you another joke which has no bears in it and you won't know the end. And they go, okay. And so they go and sit down and the booker goes, Jesus. And he puts up 10-5, meaning you've got 15 minutes. And I'm going, okay, someone just lost their slot. And I tell a story about how I got robbed by a guy and he jumps up on the counter in the 80s because there's no screens. And I push forward to get rid of him and I go down his pants and I grab his cock. And he gets a hard on, gets embarrassed and runs away. That's pretty much the joke. And then he writes me a letter later saying, if I want to get in contact. It's pretty unusual. It's pretty funny, and no one can possibly know where it's going. And the guys were satisfied with that. Everyone goes back to their business, and the night goes on. But it was the weirdest fucking thing. I had never experienced a fight because of something I'd said that other people went off at. Usually people go off at me, and I'm used to that. But never at each other. This guy who was enjoying the joke was fucking furious. And the guy who ruins the joke got tapped on the shoulder in the last few minutes of the next act and got told, maybe you want to stop drinking and go. And his girlfriend goes, yep, we'll do that. And she's got a coat on and he go, I think she's going, no, we're going. And she's clearly driving home and embarrassed as fuck. Because he's essentially started the fight by, irresponsible. And they just fuck off. And the whole room just lifted. The whole room's fucking atmosphere lifted. My joke did well in cracking the ice, but the next guys, the room's lifted, everyone's happy. And the only other joke I've seen cause a fight.
You all right?
Was between two people for real. Was the dozens.
I'll be right back.
You know why I'm so fat? Because every time I fuck your mother, she gives me a cookie.
Gives me a cake.
Yeah. And the dozens. You know, I'm so fat. Every time I fuck your mother, I get $10, which is like a Porsche. So, fuck, this guy. This guy's in the dozens. And he's sort of shrinking away, and they go in, and his mother had died 6 months before, and he just lost it and fucking punched on. And the guy's going, Jesus, that's a bit extreme. And then his friend's going, no, his mum's dead. And they've dragged them apart. And this guy's told the jokes, going, Jesus. And he basically wasn't punching. He was like, fucking hell, I'm getting hit. And this other guy's fucking it's like, but yeah, that's the only two joke fights I've ever seen in my life. Never would have thought comedy would have caused fucking international quality rows, but yes, it can.
I was looking up
failed because everyone's fucked off.
I'm still here. What the hell?
This is super weird. 3 webcams where people have vacated the site. That's really weird.
I'm sorry.
It's because they're going to get the boys.
I looked up. I was
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm sorry.
Charlie's
I
coming
had
back.
to pee. Oh.
Okay. That's okay, Charlie.
I thought
I was looking up some news stories.
I was hoping Ludo was gonna keep you company, but
No, I did find out.
Just off camera.
It's weird looking at news stories and actually finding a joke that I thought was pretty funny. Someone saying, my line, I bought a gun because of my bird phobia. Therapist responds, you might be getting carried away. I respond by firing the gun into the ceiling. Not without a fight, motherfucker. Taking the bird phobia to an extreme with your therapist.
yes, I'm talking to my
Thinking of
YouTube
feeding
friend.
the magpies in my backyard, actually. The magpies in my neighborhood are both numerous and friendly, but I think it's super cute when you basically train magpies to be your
Oh my
minions
god!
and feed them bits of meat
Yeah.
and catch them and stuff.
Well, my old man and my mother have fed a family of magpies for the last 10 years. And they've gone through generations of these magpies. And the first time these magpies appeared, they sort of turn up, the boy magpie turns up and goes, I don't know what you're about. And they
I snipple. Sorry.
I snipple. And then they back off. And the magpie goes and sniffs the meat and then eats it and goes, that's pretty good. And then a couple of weeks later comes back and there's more meat. And every day comes back and there's more meat. And eventually, if you're really careful and really gentle, you can get the magpie to not eat out of your hand. They won't do that. But they'll come really close, and as soon as you drop it on the ground near you, they'll take it gently so they don't hurt you.
Yeah. No, it's magpies you throw it so
Here
they
he is.
while it's in midair.
Here he is, my 50-kilo lap dog.
Oh my god, it's so cute.
And these magpies will bring their girlfriend over because they want them to give them a night out, and you have extra meat in that day because you want a wingman, you magpie, and he just rocks up and goes, look, there's meat, I provide, and she's a little bit, I don't know, and he goes, hey, come on, have it, they're not going to hurt you, and they eat, and she eats and goes, I like him. He takes me out to fancy places, and you'll not see them for 2 months, and then they'll come back with fledgling birds, and they're bad flyers. New magpies are shit flyers, but they can do it. You know, they're trying to impress mum and dad, and they can do it. And they turn up, and it's usually like 6 a.m. And they come on, Mum, Dad, what are we doing? And then they see the humans, and they all stand behind mum and dad going, there's humans there. Don't like that. And then the meat goes on, and mum and dad go, check it out. This is fucking awesome. You're going to love this. And then they'll go and start eating meat. And then the kids will sort of slowly come up and sniff, eat, and they go, this is fucking cool. And what happens in magpie families is all but one boy will stay in the tree. Everybody else, after mum and dad die, everybody else leaves. They're all grown. And you can see mum and dad starting to fucking get old. And they sort of come in. And what was really sad was mum magpie was going senile because she'd bump into shit and then come in and land and go, why am I here? And the boy magpie sort of grab her by the back of the neck and go, come on, darling, you're going to eat now. And she see meat and go, meat, nom, 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 nom. And boy magpie would watch her eat and then eat himself.
That's so
and then
cute.
sadly, 2 weeks later, he came alone. And then 3 weeks later, he didn't turn up. Then the kids all came and they bizarrely came to my parents and went round them in a circle and just sat there and they all sang, not the great, but the song, the beautiful song the magpie sing. And then they all fuck off, right? And they went, that was weird. Next day, one magpie turns up and he's the one boy that's left in the tree because they all disperse and biologically they disperse because they don't want the gene pool to become incestuous, and all the boys go off and find girlfriends and all the girls just fly around waiting for boys to attract their attention. And for magpies to attract girl attention is quite the task. When I was a kid, there was a crosswalk, and there's 2 magpies pilots were showing off for a girl, and cars would stop at the crosswalk, and the magpie would dive down under the car and up and go, that was cool. And the other magpie would go, that's nothing. Next car would go in through one window, through the car, summertime, and go through the other window, up and out, and go, that was cooler. And first magpie then waited for a car to be moving, went under the front wheels and out the other side and came out, and we thought, Jesus, that is cool. And second magpie goes, still nothing. Car's rolling along. Magpie, full car. There's 2 kids and 2 parents in it. Magpie goes in the front window on one side, goes out the back window on the other side, just in dive position. So people in the car just would have seen this black flash come past.
Oh no, I think I did.
And goes, top that. First magpie does another shit under the car. And the second magpie, and it was so sad, the second magpie goes and does another car in the car stunt and then gets caught by one of the kids in the back who freaks out and
I did.
against the seat.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he lost. By God.
Okay.
Nettie, put it up again, darling.
What were you holding up there, Nettie? I was really fascinated by that. I was trying to read it. By car or house?
Up. Put it up.
Hold it up a bit higher, Nettie.
You've got to higher up. Move house.
Car or
Or move house. By car or move house.
Put car or move house.
I just love that you're incapable of sitting up, Nettie. That's my vibe for this time of night.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to drive, Nettie.
I'm sorry if anybody had to watch me pick up all of my dirty clothes and put it in the laundry.
Grasshopper, I was impressed because what I usually do with my dirty clothes is urinate on them. That's working for me. Boss of the house doesn't say anything so, but he's so tight ass like that. He's washing machine.
Don't you lie to us, AIDS. You love his tight ass.
It's That's really slammed me
Nice.
hard. That's a big payback for the fucking money box joke, and I fucking accept it. And sir, I don't go touche, I go riposte. Yes, that's nailed.
Nailed. Fuck
It
shit.
was
Sort of there.
Where are you going with the magpie joke?
Oh no,
it's a
I'm
real
just
thing.
going to. I want magpies to be my minions, like Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
I've got some meat that's probably been in the fridge too long to eat for him. I'm going to chop it up and hang out in the backyard and throw it out in the backyard so magpies come for it, and then toss it to them so they catch it in the air and go, "Yes, you're my magpie minion now. You'll be nice."
Can I share a joke that?
Charlie, go
Oh,
for it.
please. Yeah, Charlie, go for it.
That it's a joke that my granddad used to tell.
All right.
He would say, a man goes to the zoo and goes to see the llama, and he sees a sign that says, "Beware the llama spits," and he was.
So beware the llama spits, and he was.
And he was. Think about it.
I'm thinking.
I know thinking now.
I want to throw out.
Beware the llama spits.
Yeah. There's.
And he was aware.
And he was.
He was aware.
Oh.
And he was.
Oh,
I'm gonna throw one out. There's a British comedian who on Twitter is Robotron, @Robotron. He has a show he's been doing for a while called The Dark Room, which is like a live stage version of those weird old text video games like Zork and whatnot, where you have to go through, and it's brilliant. But he started doing this stuff on Twitter, which is like riffs on the Pagliacci story. For those who don't know, there's a famous story. A man goes to a doctor and says, "I'm so depressed. Life is meaningless. I can't go on. Nothing means anything." And the doctor says, "You're in luck. The famous clown Pagliacci is in town. He makes everyone laugh. No matter how bad your life is, things will be better when you see Pagliacci." And the man bursts into tears and says, "I am Pagliacci." And that was told in Watchmen and whatnot. So that's a really old, like that is literally.
That's so
Do you know,
old.
Angry, I researched
yeah.
the Pagliacci joke. Do you know that joke is 300 years old?
Oh, it's older than that. But what Robotron does, he just keeps doing riffs on Twitter on the Pagliacci joke, and some of them are fucking hilarious. My personal favorite is the the version where the person goes to doctor and says, "Doctor, I'm so sad. Life is meaningless. Nothing means it." And the doctor says, "You should go and see Pagliacci because he's fucking shit. He on stage and he sucks. And no matter how bad your life is, you'll feel better because your life isn't as bad." My wife bought tickets to Pagliacci and it was the worst fucking night of my life. And go and see Pagliacci because your life doesn't suck as much as Pagliacci. And the patient goes, "Doctor, I am." And the doctor bursts in, "I fucking know who you are."
I was going to say in BoJack Horseman.
BoJack, yeah.
That was Mr. Peanut Butter became a meme.
Yeah.
Sad dog. And then he had a scene where he says, "Oh, I went to the therapist and they said, just if you're feeling down, look at this meme, sad dog." And
Doctor, I am sad
and
dog.
like, but I am sad dog.
I loved
It was the
BoJack
whole thing.
Horseman.
Yeah.
A lot of people
It
It
rag
was
on
so
it.
good.
You were saying before that
Oh,
like people should
God.
go out and
I
see
love
Pagliacci
BoJack
angry.
Horseman so
It
much.
reminded me of something that I've got to tell everybody. Post COVID, if you get the chance, please, for the sake of love and all that is holy, go and see Book of Mormon. It is
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely
That is apparently a good
hilarious.
show.
It's
Yeah.
piss funny. It's
Yeah.
piss
My
funny.
wife and I
It's
got to see it about halfway through last year, I think it was, or a bit
Mhm.
earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I have not laughed so hard at a live performance in my life, and I saw Robin Williams live in performance.
Ooh,
Yeah.
So
And he's
yeah, no,
great.
it like parts of it are very, very puerile, but most of it is actually very funny.
Yeah.
The,
But I
the
love.
Book of Mormon
I
Have
love
you guys
is
seen
like-
Orgasmo?
Oh, Charlie,
Book-
Orgasmo is my jam. That
Orgasmo.
is one of my
Love
favorite
that
all-time
movie.
movies. Yeah.
Book of Mormon was voted funniest show in America.
Yeah, it's like the best
Mm.
musical comedy of the 21st century.
Of the 21st century. And
I don't know. Has
21st.
anybody seen Avenue Q?
Avenue Q.
That
Yes.
made
Free though, isn't it?
Love it.
that made me laugh until I cried.
Yes.
I saw it 3 times. That's how good it was. I saw it 3 times in a week.
Yeah, I'm thinking there was a movie, Kirsten, and I don't know if you've
Meet the
seen it.
Feebles. Meet the Feebles.
No, actually,
Oh, AIDS! My God, my brother made me watch that when
Oh
I was a
my
kid. I hated
That
it
was,
then, and I hate it now.
Wasn't that Peter Jackson's first movie?
Yeah,
No,
it's
not his
Peter
first
Jackson,
movie, Yeah.
the
but
guy
it's
that gave us
early
Meet the
Peter
Feebles.
Jackson movie.
Yeah, he give us Meet the Feebles, Bad Taste, and these other horrible movies. Give us fucking Lord of the Rings. What the
Yeah.
hell?
No, Peter Jackson is a bad man. I love him. I love him.
I
He's
love
such
him
a
to
bad
death.
man.
He's an awful,
Ah.
terrible
He's
man.
a bad man.
Far more recently than Meet the
What did
Feebles
he do?
was a movie called The Happy Time Murders, and
Oh,
it's like a hard-boiled detective violent crime thing in a world where Muppets coexist with humans, and it's actually Jim Henson's son made it.
oh,
Wow.
And the tagline for the movie,
yeah.
the tagline was for the movie was "All Street, No Sesame," and Sesame Street.
That's the thing is that when I heard about that, I thought, okay, so Avenue Q, basically.
It is basically Avenue Q, and it's pretty good. It's not flawless, but it's actually pretty good. They make a pretty good world where Muppets exist with humans and everything's gross.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything
so like
is
Avenue
York.
Q.
Speaking of
Everything's
musicals, has
Avenue Q was
anybody
so
bothered
good.
watching? Has anybody bothered watching Hamilton?
Not yet.
Yes.
I don't have
Okay,
TV.
look, I watched it. I heard so much about it, and all of these people like, oh, you know, you got to watch it. It's absolutely amazing. I spent the time. I sat there. I watched it. It was good. Like it was enjoyable in its own right. But I tell you what, like I don't understand. Like I may be a bit of a pariah to people here,
I got
but
really
I don't understand the hype.
I got like back when it first came out. Like I got to listen to the cast recording.
Yeah.
Back that was like 4 or 5 years ago.
It was a few years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
It's
was kind of blown away, but I loved it.
It's not bad. Like I'm not saying the story is good, the singing
the
is
hype,
good, but
right?
I just the hype for it is just too much.
Right. So this is it.
Well, yeah, sure. So just ignore the hype and just
Yeah. It's
enjoy
really
it.
hard
Yeah.
sometimes to ignore the hype. Yeah.
the actual.
Yeah, no,
You listen to the actual music.
Overblown.
I
But,
fucking
you know, you see
People-
loved
other
it. Like
things.
I was obsessed with it for a good while. Like I just
People might understand me
listen to
on this
it
one.
on a loop for a while.
People might understand me on this one, but I'm staying off the hype train and keeping my
Yeah.
expectations low for Cyberpunk 2077.
Video game. And we're back to its video game day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's just
So-
I got burnt. I got really burnt by the hype train for Watch Dogs, worst game in history, in my opinion. And I'm cautiously optimistic where Cyberpunk 2077 is concerned. Not just because it's got Keanu Reeves.
That was one of the biggest marketing things ever. At the big convention, they showed the trailer, and the very last bit was Keanu Reeves coming in.
Speaking of Keanu Reeves,
yes,
Bill and Ted 3.
I've heard good things about it, actually.
Yeah, look, you know how people have kind of got that list of celebrities that they would love to meet? Keanu Reeves is definitely up there with me.
Oh, yeah, he's a great guy, apparently.
Yeah, I'd love to sit there and have a beer with him and talk to him.
My personal favorite is because I'm basically the same age as Keanu Reeves. I think he might actually be older than me. But he had a band, like he wanted to be in a band in the 90s and early noughties. He had a band called Dogstar, and there was this awesome story. He came out, and Dogstar were actually doing live gigs in Sydney in, I don't know, somewhere in the late 90s, early noughties. And it was in the media that Nanu was actually... in a bar talking to someone saying, yeah, I have a band. Hey Nettie.
Hey, welcome back. Just 1 second. I just dropped something underneath my desk. I need to go crawling. Be right back.
All right. Abigail's still hype about Daikatana. Oh, that's such a fucking gamer nerd joke. Oh my God. Daikatana. I saw it and it was an interview. My favorite podcast is an Irish comedian, Blind Boy, from the Rubber Bandits, the Blind Boy podcast. And one of his live things he did last year, because the guy, was it John Romero, whoever it was the game programmer who was famous in the 90s, early 90s, and Daikatana was meant to be the be-all and end-all game, and it was a terrible failure. But they actually live in Ireland. He and his wife live in Ireland, and they are pioneering game designers. And one of Blind Boy's live podcasts was talking to this dude and his wife. And it was really fascinating when he just said, like, well, what the fuck happened with Daikatana? And because these people, they were like games designers and programmers before people understood that was a thing, like early 90s. And it was a real revelation. But Daikatana was really talked up as going to be the be-all and end-all of games. And it failed terribly. But that's fucking A-list games. They cost $1 billion to fucking develop. And they either succeed or fail. And it's just, it is a ridiculous thing. But you guys... absolutely set me off by referring to Daikatana.
Can I pop in with a Keanu Reeves story?
Okay.
I also want to meet Keanu Reeves because I read this wonderful interview with him in the New Yorker, and they said to him, "You've been voted by your fellow peers as one of the nicest actors ever, and especially the artist services." As one of the nicest guys. And he said, "Oh, that's really humbling and really sweet." And I appreciate that. He said he got famous during Bill and Ted and had some wild times and some fun adventures and was the biggest guy in the world. And then he had to do an action movie. And they said to him, "You've got a year to learn how to fight and get fit." And he went, oops, because it was like millions of dollars they were going to give him. And so he learned Taijutsu Taekwondo. And his teacher went back to Nepal. And he had to go with him. And while he was there, he basically had to go with his teacher to temple. He had to meditate with his teacher in temple. And then he had to fight all day. And then he had to go on the streets and beg for their food because that's what monks do.
Yeah.
And he said the experience of being in Nepal grounded him, taught him how to not be an arsehole, taught him that he is so much better off than 99% of the world, that he will never complain about anything again if he never makes another dime. He said, because he spent like half his money in the first 2 years after Bill and Ted, and his investors went, no more, you're living off the interest of your investments now. And he just said he learnt not to be an arsehole by learning this martial art. And he got into his training big time. And he got and did the movie, and the movie was great. I can't even remember the movie. But
Probably Speed, I think.
and then again for Matrix, he trained as a dick out. And he took the Australian actor, Hugo Weaving, with him and said, you and I are going to learn to fight together. And Hugo Weaving said, I have never worked so hard in my life, but felt like going to work, because my teacher, Keanu Reeves, was such a kind and supportive guy that every time he failed, Keanu would say, hey, it's okay, that's how we learn, let's do it again.
Hugo
And,
Weaving is definitely another actor that I would love to be able to sit down and have a beer with.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love him.
He's also a
and,
really, really, really nice guy.
Actually,
So nice.
Abigail.
Keanu Reeves goes and uses public transport. When he's in New York or LA, he uses public transport. And there's these 3 wonderful videos of him sitting on a seat.
And
people
standing
come
up and
in,
giving it to
he
somebody else, yeah.
He stands up and says, would you like to see? And there's one woman with like shopping bags and a couple of kids. And she's like really harried, and he goes, look, ma'am, please sit down. And there's this kid next to her with the micro, the headphones on, he's bopping away. And he gets the kid's attention, and he points to the kids and the woman, and the kid stands up, and the kid's looking, and he goes, and he goes, yeah, buddy, and gives him a pat. One of the woman's kids recognizes him as well, and he kneels down, and he has a chat with these kids for like 5-10 minutes, and they're just overawed, and they're just talking, and everything's cool. The woman has no idea who this guy is, and it's just smiling because this nice guy is talking to her kids, and he's calmed them down. And stop comes up, and they blur out the stop, and he says, well, see, these guys have got to go. And he picks up his his satchel and goes. There's no security with him. He's on his own. He just takes the fucking train. And he has been caught by his director serving up food with other services at a film, because they were clearly understaffed and slammed during lunch. So he got on an apron on and started serving up food at the Bain Marie. Director turns up and says, you're supposed to be fucking resting. You've got a scene. And apparently Reeves said, that's cool. I'll be right. And was. And what's the name of the guy who plays Wolverine?
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman.
I've had lunch with him.
Hugh Jackman.
He's
I had fucking lunch with Hugh Jackman.
My
I
wife
was
had
actually having lunch with my
awesome
comedian,
experience meeting Hugh Jackman.
My comedian protege, and I'll say protege because he's brilliant now, and his parents, who love the shit out of me, because I kept on pushing their son to go to uni. And I said to him, look, I'm going to push him to go to uni. When he started, do you think you'll be able to support him? And they looked at me and were like, we will suck you off now. And he never went, but I kept on pushing him. And apparently he's thinking about doing a part-time course. And I'm going, yes, because his dad rang me up and said, we've done it. So I'm sitting there eating lunch with his parents, who I know, and they're very friendly. And fucking Hugh Jackman and his wife, who is famous as well. I can't remember her name.
Deborah Furness, and she's so lovely.
She's
Deborah
so
Furness, yeah.
They sit down, they go, hi guys, yeah. And they all hug, and I go, fuck me, they know each other. And Hugh Jackman turns around and says, who's this brilliant guy? And I shit myself. You go, I, good sir, am AZ, Adrian Calais. Please call me AZ. good to meet you.
Yeah.
And I kiss his wife on the hand, and you, man, are clearly fabulous. And
Yeah.
you love this. And the nicest motherfucker you have ever heard in your life. And one of the tricks I learned from him was whoever you are, whatever you do, he talks up what you do. Whoever you are, he talks you up. He always says the value of what you do. He talks about the value of what you do and blows it up. And I was in a situation with Angry, and we had met these New Zealanders, this New Zealand gang, and they'd come from this town in New Zealand, and they got told, this 5 men, that you will never make anything of your lives. And they've all come away and become quite successful, rich men. One of them immensely successful. Yeah. And the other 4, in their own right, very successful men. And the one who's really left behind is the logistics officer for Parcel Post Australia. And he was kind of getting more and more down because these guys were, fabulous. And I, across the table, said, I'm sorry, but you've got to tell me, it blows my mind, the idea of getting parcels to people, because there's fucking millions of them. And how do you do it? And he went, oh, well, we and he started explaining the process of logistics of parcels. And by the end of this 20-minute talk, because I kept on pushing him to tell me more and more and more, he looked like the smartest, most brilliant man in the world. His wife would have jumped across the table and blown me. And he just felt like $1 million because his mates were going, fuck, that's incredible. They have 2 Army helicopters and 2, it's Qantas, but it's theirs, the Australia Post planes that do nothing but go around Australia all day, every day, with full of parcels. The cargo planes are full of parcels, and they take parcels on and off every capital city 24 hours a day. And if for whatever reason a big truck breaks down in a capital city, the Army helicopters come in, pack up with parcels, urgent ones first, and take them to the regional places. And these things are on call 24 hours a day. And everyone was just blown away by how hard it is to get parcels around. And of course, and then he said, now with the explosion of the internet, we are looking at a 6,000% rise. And I've had to spend the last 3 months writing a plan for the head of the Postmaster General saying how we're going to deal. And the Postmaster General apparently came back to him and said, this means that we can now pay everybody a 15% pay rise. I'm looking forward to that meeting. I'm looking forward to that press conference. The government was there because this is the only department that actually makes money, is Parcel Post, and they make a fortune. And
okay, I'm sorry, I just have to go. I'm going to bed. It's midnight. I'm going to bed.
But you remember that, don't you, Andrew?
You're all awesome. And as Charlie and others learned last night, even though I fuck off and cut off the live stream, you're actually able to, if you really want to, you can still hang out.
How are we able to do that, sir?
I don't know. It's fucking magic. It won't be on my YouTube or my Facebook stream or anything. So I'm cutting off my streams. Literally, if you just stay there, you just stay there. You can talk to each other, but the stream.
How come Abigail hasn't hopped in?
But I don't mean to pick, but every time we cut the live stream off, I am on my own, and I'm
well, it depends. But I'm going to bed. Tonight. So I literally don't care what happens next because I'm fucked. And
fair enough, mate.
I'm going to bed. So when I click bye-byes, you may or may not still be there talking to each other, which is a fabulous and truly wonderful thing. I'll see you